All right, we're ready. Okay. The January 27, 2025 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom where the item you wish to speak on is called. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Conrad? Councilmember Silverstein?
Here.
Councilmember Euring?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Riggins?
Here.
Mayor Stewart?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any remote speakers on the closed session items?
No, we don't have any raised hands or participants in Zoom, and we don't have any speaker slips in person.
All right. We'll now recess to a closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. We'll reconvene at 5:30 p.m. to begin the regular session and hear the closed session report. Thank you. The January 27, 2025 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you'd like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Conrad? Here. Councilmember Silverstein?
Present.
Councilmember Euring?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Riggins?
Here.
Mayor Stewart?
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right. May we have a roll call? Oh, we just did it. There. Get a new mayor, yeah. Josh Spiegel, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May we have a report on the closed session, please?
At 4:00 p.m., the City Council met in open session and recessed to closed session. All 5 council members were present and no reportable action was taken.
All right, thank you. May we have a report on the posting of the agenda, please?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on January 24th, 2025.
All right. Can we have an approval of the agenda?
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second, but I thought we were going to make it subject to a moment of silence or
I will,
adjournment
yeah.
of some sort.
We will.
Second.
All right. Let's take it to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none. I'd like to take this moment to say that we've had a difficult several weeks here in Malibu and our surrounding communities. It's not been easy for many of us, and many of us have had tragic events. The most tragic of all is we've lost 3 of our residents to the Palisades fire. And that's in addition to all the people that have lost their lives in the Palisades area outside of Malibu, as well as the Eaton fire. I'd like to take a moment just to ask for a moment of silence in remembrance of these people and to honor their legacy to our city, especially our 3 residents. Thank you. And I want you to know these people will be in our hearts for always. With that, let's move on to the consent calendar. Do we have anything on the consent calendar? Any comments?
We don't have any speaker slips for the consent calendar, and we don't have any raised hands on Zoom.
All right. Does anyone wish to pull any items on the consent calendar?
I would like to pull item 1B5 and 1B7.
All right. Anybody else have anything they'd like to pull? I'd like to pull 1B12, please. All right. Can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar, leaving off 1B5, 1B7, and 1B12?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor say aye.
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 Go ahead. All right. This is approved. Let's take the first item, 1B5. If we have a staff report on that?
Good evening, Council. The item before you is the Master Use Facility Agreement with the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. We met with the district earlier in the summer to discuss this item with them. They proposed raising our fees to commercial rate, which we discussed with them that we would have to look at the numbers and see why they were raising our rates to this. At the time, City Manager McClary and I met with the school district and determined that their rates to the commercial rate were fair in the fact that they were, they said they were that the district was supplementing use related to equipment use that they were supplementing for us and field use. So the item before you is to extend the agreement to 2027 under the commercial rate at a tiered rate. That concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Marianne, I think you wanted this brought forward, and I have some questions too. Do you want to go first?
Well, I mean, I have some real issues given the imbalance of funds between our parcel taxes, our bonds, and the use of these various places that are just, our city is going to be charged a commercial rate instead of one that is more in line with what the city of Santa Monica pays or what any other nonprofit or other civic organization would necessarily pay. Commercial rates are usually left for filming, non-entities associated with the district and such. So those are just kind of my opening statements, and I'd love to hear from other council members.
Anybody else have a comment? If not, I'll put a couple, oh, go ahead, Bruce.
Just, Marianne just mentioned what Santa Monica pays. Do we know what that is?
I have that number. Santa Monica, the city of Santa Monica pays $11 million to the district per year. They pay a flat rate based on their use.
And the difference is that they are a 90,000 member community, and I think just, we already know that there's an imbalance in the amount of parcels taxes between our community and their community, so that's one of my concerns right off the top.
I have some comments. The City of Santa Monica does not pay the commercial rate for using SMMUSD's facilities. Under no circumstances should the City of Malibu pay more than the City of Santa Monica or other civic organizations for use of district facilities. Asking the city to pay the commercial rate is unprecedented in Malibu. Furthermore, this is not standard for school districts whose cities share its boundaries. Malibu's residents pay taxes to the district, and those same residents are paying the general obligation bonds for schools' site construction. While we understand the general obligation, bonds cannot be used for facility upkeep. The district is essentially asking the city to pay the commercial rate for its facilities when those same residents are parents paying for its bonds.
How do we draw an equation between what Santa Monica pays and what we pay? Because it's technically not the commercial rate, but it's also just a negotiated number. So what is it? I mean, you gave us the actual monetary number, but I mean, we don't know how to equate that to Malibu.
Yeah, and I think, maybe it's just, I would suggest that we hold this, ask the district to give us 90 days. I would like a little bit more detail on exactly what these numbers play out to. Get some more detail on what, we've got the hourly rate for the pool, but I don't know how many hours we're spending on the pool. An hourly rate on the tennis court and the field space and things like that. So I would like to see a little bit more detail on exactly what the breakdown is and what we anticipate these costs to be with regards to those different fields, pool, everything else.
Okay, I'll put my comments in here. First off, I see no reason why we'd be paying commercial rates. This is supposed to be one government agency to another, not for-profit businesses. And to sort of go along with the same comments that were made, I can see us paying for the incremental cost to use these facilities. For instance, the power to run the pool equipment for extra hours or to water the lawn or something. But this looks like we're subsidizing or renting the facilities from them when, as has been stated, these are the same residents who paid for this and the bonds and so forth. I appreciate the effort that's gone into it, but I think it needs to come back for better review. And honestly, I think the school district needs to be here to tell us why they think this is fair. And I think, candidly, I think we only ought to be paying an incremental cost. And I realize it's all about accounting jargon and so forth, but an incremental cost is nowhere close. And as I read this, it looks like we're going up to $500,000, $600,000 eventually. And I can see a few $100,000 for covering the incremental cost, but not that kind of money. So I'd like to parlay on what Councilmember Riggins said, and let's bring this back after 90 days. Let's get a presentation to the council or to the Parks and Rec Commission to try and justify this with Santa Monica and Santa Monica School District before we see it again.
When does our current contract expire?
It expires at the end of the month.
Yeah, February 1st. That's why I'm asking if we can just ask them for a 90-day extension, given the, everything that's gone on with our community. I think that this requires a little bit more in-depth review and some more information before we can approve it.
And also, I want to put it on the record, whether it's 25 or 35% of the funds come from City of Malibu to the school district. We only have 12 or 13% of the students. I think we already subsidize this already. So my inclination is you might want to come back with something that has the incremental cost. Because you guys worked in good faith to get this negotiated, but I don't think it passes muster for this kind of money.
Mayor, can I suggest we have them come back to the council for that discussion?
We could, but I think the Parks and Rec Commission would be a good place to start with, but that's, the consensus is.
I mean, they've been through it once, I figure.
Okay, then we'll bring it back here then.
I just have 3 more points. The City of Santa Monica and the district have a joint participation agreement. It has been discussed several times that Malibu and the district would work on a similar agreement, but none has been developed. In the absence of a joint use agreement, the city should at least pay the rate of the nonprofit organizations or other civic organizations pay. It is requested that the city and the district work on the joint partnership solution rather than the master facilities agreement. I appreciate your work on this. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is.
I request a 90-day extension from the district to allow the continued use of the facilities at the current rates and bring it back to us within that time period for
Bring it
us
to
to
the council.
review.
If they don't grant the extension, do we know what the consequences are?
We have another meeting before then. Before the
expire on
expiration. We have one more
January 31st.
meeting.
What
before the
programs are going to be
expiration.
affected by this?
I think it'll expire on January 31st, right?
Correct, yes.
And so
we
will they
won't-
refuse to allow our programs to pay anything to be in the pools?
I
Or-
know that this item was approved by the board recently, so you all are the second approver. So I would assume they wouldn't, now that it's past that part, I don't know if, Trevor, if you happen to know if we get any leeway, if it's now here.
I don't
and we
think you can
pass.
assume that they'll allow us to continue to use their facilities if we're not agreeing to this agreement.
I would encourage us to ask, and
Yes,
then
let's
if
ask.
we need to make an adjustment, then I'm sure that there are open lines of communication. We can come up with some type of short-term solution if necessary.
I would second your motion and ask, just as a side direction, that the pricing be set at the incremental cost, and that would be the objective.
It sounds like if we approve that, we're just willing to take the chance of them telling us we can't use the facilities, but I don't think they'll do that.
Well, I think in good faith, this is supposed to be mutual joint power agencies working together to make a better community. I can't believe they'd shut us off. All right. Do I have any other comments? Let's put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, motion's approved. All right, next item on the consent calendar is 1B7. Restatement of and amendments to the city's 401A plan and the City of Malibu 457B plan. Do we have, I guess it's Joe, Joe Tony's going to present.
Yes, Mayor and Council, this is an internal retirement account that's optional for employees. It's a deferred compensation account. We are simply changing providers, keeping like for like with our previous provider, and there are some administrative changes within their default documents that we need to update, and the main one being that typically the city manager is the plan administrator, and so instead of that being council, it would be city administrator. That's the main change in this resolution, and that's how our previous provider was as well.
I believe,
That was
Mary Ann,
me.
you did it?
I'm very happy to see this come forward. When I was an employee, I know I was very disappointed with the previous provider, Mission Square, so it's great that our employees are going to have the option to have some more robust 457. And I would encourage all of you, because the city does match up to $50, that if you're not participating already, that you strongly do so, because it will help. Every little penny helps as you go forward. So I'll make a motion to approve if there's no discussion.
Do I have a second? I have a second. Any discussion? Being none, let's put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, the motion approves. All right, next item that was pulled is 1B12. And this is a professional services agreement with IEM International for Emergency Operations Center staffing and recovery operations services. Joe, it's yours again.
Yes, Mayor and Council, you'll likely see more of these at the next council meeting as well, as we are approving different agreements for emergency response purposes. This is a private firm that we've brought on to help with ongoing EOC operations, that's Emergency Operations Center, to try to augment our teams as well as we are continuing to transition to an EOC recovery phase and then a more permanent rebuild office as well.
Okay. Since I've had this pulled, I've got a few questions on this. First off, is this reimbursable? I know FEMA has made the comment that they are going to fund up to 100% of some of the cost. Is this part of that 100%?
Yes, it is refundable.
All right. And we have to pay it first and then get refunded later, correct?
Correct.
Reimbursed.
Reimbursed, correct.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Can you tell us what these people are doing?
Right now, mostly filling some of our sections. So for those who don't know, when you have an EOC, you have a system that's been created both nationally and internationally on how to respond to an emergency. So you have things like logistics, you have things like financial recovery, you have planning, so on and so forth, and you set this up in an EOC structure. So they're filling in some of those seats as we try to offset some of our staff that have been working around the clock, so that we can get to a little bit of normalcy here in the coming weeks for staff to get caught back up on normal operations.
And where does this fit in with the mutual aid people we brought in?
It's very similar. So we first went out to mutual aid, which is very typical. Got a lot of our fellow agencies, and I was very pleased that a lot of colleagues and friends reached out immediately to try to help us. And you have to go through a county process to request that. So we've had many fellow agencies working alongside us. And as you go through that, then you can start to go to other resources, such as private firms as well. And so it's very similar to that process.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
There's no scope of work with this contract. I mean, typically you
You put your microphone down.
typically you see a scope of work that defines what we're going to have them do. I didn't see one with this project.
It is broad, but it's responding to the emergency services of the EOC. So
But it doesn't say here's what we want you to do, right?
it provides us some flexibility. That's correct, within our emergency operations center.
There is no scope of work.
1.0.
I'm just saying, typically, it's good to have one of those. It makes sure our anticipation of what's going to happen matches up with their anticipation, and it just makes things smoother as you go along. So I'm not going to argue with this, but I think we should do
Is this the
that.
scope of work?
Where's the scope of work?
Yeah, it's multiple pages.
That's a brochure. That's their sales brochure.
It's a scope of work.
Well, okay.
Well, the agreement has 1.0 scope of consultant services.
I looked through it, tried to find the scope of work. I couldn't find one. So if there's one there, surprising to me, but okay.
All right. Any other questions or comments?
My only comment is, I know some of the work that they said that they would be doing is also looking for grants beyond the FEMA reimbursement. Did I read that correctly?
That is a potential service that could be done. That's not what we're bringing them on for at the moment, but.
Okay, so I know we do have a grant consultant.
Correct. We have an existing grant
We have
consultant.
them actively pursuing any possible things. Has there been any success, or can we get an update on any grants that they have searched for or reached out for in a future agenda?
Absolutely. As part of
Thank you.
our normal grant updates, we'll make sure that's included.
All right. I don't have any other questions. I'm the one that had it pulled, so I'll make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
A second.
All right. Any other comments? Being none, let's put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, motion is approved. Next item up, we don't have any ceremonial presentations. Do you have any commission or committee or reports?
No, we don't have any commission or committee updates tonight.
All right. So it's over to the city manager update.
Thank you, Mayor, and wanted to echo your earlier comments about the difficulty of this time. Also, that doesn't escape our staff who've been working around the clock, and our partner agencies as well, who are putting in everything they can for our community. So I really appreciate what everybody's been doing. We are trying to transition back to some normalcy. It's taking time as we still have an active EOC going. So the City Hall is open by appointment as of right now as part of that transition. The appointments are, you can call our main number, 310-456-2489. We have this also on our Palisades webpage where you can see all the different entities. If you have general exterior damages related to Broad Fire, Franklin Fire, Palisades Fire, it's extension 390. Or Malibu Recovers at malibucity.org. But then also all of our other departments are available right now for ongoing work. So we have environmental sustainability is also extension 390, planning extension 485, public works extension 391, community services 349, and then any and all other city business extension 392, or just that main line. But again, this is on our Palisades webpage. And we are currently working as quickly as we can to build a permanent recovery and rebuild office, which will be just across the street here on the same campus, just down the parking lot at the adjacent building. We're working to get that up and running as quickly as we can, hopefully in the next couple weeks, so that we can have in-person services and try to help everybody as personally and as closely as possible. So again, for more information, malibucity.org/Palisades Fire. That's our central hub for all information related to the fire and the recovery. We've also set up e-Notify for the rebuild alerts. So there's also a dedicated rebuild subpage that's compiling all the information for you and any additional updates that we get from the state or from other agencies as well, as those things continue to change. And then also there's the county website, which is tremendously helpful for the recovery, and that is recovery.lacounty.gov. And then just a reminder to be vigilant about scams. You may have gotten emails or phishing attempts or any sort of communication posing as a council member or asking for donations from a council member. These are scams. People can very quickly impersonate somebody with a fake email address that may appear as if it's coming from a council member, so please be vigilant about that. And also, if you see anything that's suspicious, call the LA County Sheriff at 818-878-1808. Again, that's 818-878-1808. That's a lot of eights. But again, please, reminder to be vigilant. And those are my immediate updates for you, Mayor.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Well, before you get to Sergeant Sutherland, one of the concerns I think that we've heard in the run-up to the rebuild process is staffing. And just wondering if you could speak to how we're doing on staffing, and as we look at this rebuild office, what's the proposal to have people in those seats as well as trying to take care of our current business?
That is definitely our biggest challenge. And again, as an organization of only about 100 employees, we're small. And to ramp up to meet the demand is a difficult challenge. We are doing everything we can to bring on as many consultants. So the amazing team over here of department heads have been reaching out and hiring or expanding the consultants that we have. So you'll see a number of additional contracts coming on, similar to the one that was on the consent calendar earlier. So we're doing everything we can to ramp up and augment our teams. And any other places that we can find additional help, we are working on that. And then I will say that we had a ton of positive momentum on recruitments from the HR front before the fires started. I am hoping we can get right back on track. Obviously, the last couple months makes it difficult to recruit and to remain attractive in the workplace. But we are hopeful that we will be able to keep that positive momentum with all the changes that this council had made with the class and comp study, with our new recruitment software, we still have a lot of interest in the workplace or in the marketplace. So we're hoping to continue to fill those vacancies.
Okay. And just to share with the council, Joe, Tony, and I had a conversation earlier about let's produce a list of what we think we might need. I'll call it a best wishes list, and what they could use, how much it would cost, what the timing might be, just so we know what the scale of needs are, and be able to give you support for that or some guidance. So as soon as you can get that back to us, appreciate it. Okay. All right. I believe it's up to the sergeant. We haven't seen you in about 6 or 7 weeks. I bet you've got a few things to tell us.
Some of us have seen them all the time.
Yeah, some of us have seen it all the time, but not in this setting.
So normally I come prepared, but it's been a whirlwind. So first I want to express the sorrow from our department, our deputies, to everybody who suffered loss and lost their homes, lost their lives in this event. Our deputies were there when the fire started. We were there throughout it. We'll still be there. Some have been working 16, 18, 20-hour days every single day without a break. We've had hundreds upon hundreds of deputies coming in every single day from all across the county to Malibu, not just the Palisades fire. We've had the Eaton fire. We've had the other fires in Santa Clarita, and our deputies are responding every single day without fail. We were there, we'll still be there, and we're not going anywhere. We're here to help you and serve you as much as we can. We've had about 1,200 missions that we've given out to the deputies since we've started. We've run over 100 humanitarian missions. We're manning checkpoints. We're manning looter suppression missions. We're maintaining high visibility, and we're not leaving you. We'll be there for you. It's been a trying time. We're trying our best. I know sometimes people are anxious to return. The deputies out there are doing the best job that they can. Please have some patience with them. I don't want to bore you with stats or facts, but I'm sad to report we have another fatality in the Palisades fire, specific to the city of Malibu. A resident who was transported the night of the fire to a local hospital succumbed a few days ago to his injuries. I can't give out any more details pending the next of kin notification, but I'm sad to report that. I have something very important for the residents and contractors that they need to hear. This is going to be for tomorrow, so let me pull it up and read directly so I don't misspeak. So PCH is still very, very dangerous. There's construction crews throughout the entire area. They're doing infrastructure work, and so PCH is still going to be closed to residents only. So I will read this. Residents, starting tomorrow, they need to come here to Malibu City Hall at the lower parking lot here between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. to obtain a resident-only pass. Residents need to provide valid ID or proof of residency, i.e. a utility bill or lease agreement showing an address in the affected area. If you're an affected resident and traveling from the LA Santa Monica area to Malibu along PCH, you will not be let onto PCH without the pass. LAPD will honor the pass in their jurisdiction on PCH. The dolphin sticker is not going to be accepted due to the fire only affecting the eastern portion of Malibu. You must obtain a pass. Contractors and essential personnel need to go to the Malibu Lost Hill Sheriff Station between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. to obtain an essential contractor's pass. Contractors and essential personnel need to provide valid ID and bring documentation, i.e. a work invoice or contract from the resident showing that they are serving a resident in the affected areas. We will vet that information with the resident. PCH is for essential traffic only. Expect significant delays and potential temporary closures due to repair work in the area. So we've been listening to the residents. We know a lot of them are in hotels or other accommodations in the Los Angeles or Santa Monica or down in the South Bay area. And so LAPD has stopped doing escorts. They're issuing passes, and to streamline access, we are mirroring what LAPD is doing. So it's the same across the board. And so that's why we're issuing these passes. So we posted on our social media. City of Malibu will be posting that same information. So please, tomorrow morning, starting at 10 a.m., come to City Hall and get your pass. You only have to do it one time, and that will ensure you access.
Sergeant, can you tell us what the definition is of essential personnel?
So we can't define it specifically. We're going to vet it on a case-by-case basis, but it's for a contractor that you've hired, in-home healthcare nurse. It's not for your Uber Eats. It's not for your dog walker to come. It's for essential people only. And we understand it's a trying time, and we're going to vet it on a case-by-case basis, but please just keep it for essential people only.
And that's for PCH access?
Yes.
And as far as the evacuation zones, it's one of the areas that were evacuated that you need to have a pass to get into? Right?
Correct. The affected
What about
fire areas.
employees of small businesses or the
Businesses are not open yet. It's residents only.
vet techs?
It's
Nothing.
residents only.
Residents
and their contractors.
Do you have an
believe the
idea of?
I believe the vet people are able to come in,
They
medical
are.
people are.
Okay, good.
Do that front part, okay, so what we've done, and just let me rephrase it. I mean, we've got all these people living down the South Bay, so now they're able to come in via PCH to get to their properties.
Right.
Great idea, that's gonna make a lot of people
Right.
happy. Same thing going the other way. Now, is this only for residents who live in the areas where there has been an they've been evacuated?
Yes.
For example, if I've got a guy that called me this morning, wants to go to the hospital. He lives in Trancas. Can he get on PCH to go to San? No.
It's not for commuting. It's just for the affected
Gotcha.
residents.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, so this first one may be redundant, but just to be clear in my own words, the only individual residents that are entitled to the pass are those who live in the affected area?
Correct.
Okay. And what, if any, mechanism is there to prevent somebody from transferring the pass to someone?
We hope it's issued to that person that will have their name on it and their address that they're going to.
And they'll have to show a driver's license?
Yes,
or
we will verify their ID when we issue it to them.
No, when they actually go to use it, will you also require a second form of identification so that no one who, so
Yes,
someone
when they
gets the
come to
pass and doesn't give it to
checkpoint,
someone else?
They'll match the pass with the ID and they'll be able to go through.
Their ID might have burned.
You can get-
I don't
you
know.
can go to the Disaster Resource Center and get new ones.
They make them there.
Most people did have their driver's license when they left their house. No?
I don't know.
So,
Right, and the pass accomplishes being able to get to your home and back, basically?
correct.
Okay, thank you. By the way, it's great that we're doing that now.
Yeah.
Any update? I know it's cooperator's decision, but any feedback on when PCH might open? It's always a question we hear. I don't mean to put you
So
on the spot.
we are every day meeting with Caltrans. We are pushing them to work as fast and as safely as possible. And they understand the gravity of the situation, and they are working, and we hope we will have good news soon.
Okay.
I cannot commit to a timeline, but we are pushing them every single day.
Thank you.
Is there any indication that PCH itself is damaged?
They have to send their safety inspectors out, and they're doing that right now, but it's a long stretch that they have to inspect, so
So none's been reported as of yet?
I can't speak for Caltrans.
Okay.
Mary Ann?
I just wanted to kind of comment on that. I mean, even when PCH does open for more commuter traffic and such like that, everyone in the community should be prepared because it's not going to go back to the 4 lanes, 2 lanes in each direction. This is going to be an active cleanup and disaster zone and then construction zone for a variety of different, both households and for utilities and such. So be prepared. We're in for a long haul of traffic interruptions in that area. So just everybody prepare mentally for that.
And I will say that I've gone down back and forth on inspections twice on PCH. It is not easy to get up and down. I think there's probably 100,000 yellow or orange cones out there. The traffic is rerouted all over the place. If you can do 25 miles an hour, that's about as fast as you can go. There's a lot of people working there. There's equipment laying all over the sides. It's not like the road is wide open. It's under a lot of stress right now. All right.
I have another question. So once PCH does open, is there a way for law enforcement or some other government agency, if you know, to limit use of PCH to people who have to get from Malibu to wherever else rather than people just passing through?
I wish there was a way, but we can't.
Can't be part of a
We
state.
can't have checkpoints up checking every single car.
Can't be part of a declaration of emergency where people need to have a pass.
Unfortunately not.
I will say I spent some time last Thursday with the CHP commissioner, and I know CHP has multiple plans, depending on what gets approved, to open PCH, but I don't know how long it's supposed to last. And people are trying to forecast what they're going to be required, but nobody's ready to make a move yet until the road is cleared to some degree.
I have two questions. Where are the checkpoints going to be for the passes? Like where exactly? Will you be stationed?
The one that we have currently at 22,500 PCH.
22,500 PCH.
Yes.
Okay. And might not be directed to you, but it would be great to have Caltrans here. Just saying.
Yeah. Okay, Sergeant.
Sergeant, to me, just one, thank you very much. I mean, I've had the opportunity, I've gone through some of your checkpoints, and I've listened to some Malibu residents who are very nice, asking your deputy some very stupid questions. And you guys have done, you've been courteous, you've answered them, you've done a great job, so thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And I will say, I can see the strain in my conversation with you tonight. I know all of you guys are working to the point that you're about ready to drop. You were stretched thin before. I want to thank the VOPs. I see Mark Russo back there, and all of our other volunteers we have here, the CERT teams and so forth have all done yeoman's work, but especially to the deputies, and you guys are the unsung heroes. I know people say, well, I'm going to take a meal to a fire department and some firefighter, but you know what? Firefighters have tents and they get to go to dinner. If you got to bring a meal to somebody, bring it to the guys at the checkpoints. I know the other day they actually brought you guys some tents because it was raining. You're the forgotten first responders quite often, and we think of you often, and thank you. All right. Anybody else? That's it. Thank you very much, Sergeant.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we're about 15 minutes ahead of our schedule. Very much deserved. About 15 minutes ahead of our schedule. We'll start public comments at 6:30. So we're going to adjourn for just a few minutes. We'll commence again at 6:30. All right. Everybody's back in their seats. All right. Now it's time to start public comments at 6:30. Communications from the public concerning matters not on the agenda. We have speaker slips here. If you're going to turn a speaker slip in, please turn them in now. Once we start the comments, we'll be closing these off, so please get it in now. Also, decorum rules. I know this is a very emotional time for everybody, but we'd appreciate it if you wouldn't clap or cheer or boo or anything like that. This is a formal meeting, and we encourage you to remember your jazz hands. That's one way to do it. And just ask for respect. And everyone has a chance to speak freely, and that's what we want to have happen here. All right, first person up for speaking, we have Julie Swisser from the Red Cross. After her, we have Marissa Coughlin.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart, council members, and residents of Malibu. I just wanted to take a second and thank you guys for, number one, your support during this difficult time. I know that over the course of the last few weeks, you've probably seen a slew of red vests around your city supporting all of our emergency management, all of the boots that are on the ground and helping the residents. And I just wanted to send a little message and talk about a few updates that Red Cross is working through to help continue and support the residents of your community. Number one is we know that we have trucks that are on the ground still to this day that are delivering supplies such as masks, what we call DES supplies or disaster emergency supplies, as well as food and water to the residents of the area. And we just want to ensure that we're effectively reaching all of the people who need resources. And so we're going to continue to work with you over the course of the next few weeks. And we also wanted to just let you guys know that there is individual assistance that is available to all the residents that does not apply to any federal assistance that residents are going to be getting. It's just through Red Cross, and we're just encouraging all those who have been affected by the disaster to take advantage of this financial assistance. It may not be much, but it's just enough to be able to get you through maybe some hard times and over the next few days. And so I'm going to leave a few cards here for you guys to take with you, share with your friends, families, and neighbors. But I just encourage everybody to take a second and apply. The last day to apply is going to be February 14th. And so think Valentine's Day, get signed up before then. And we are continuing to work with a multitude of different community partners to try to identify the individual needs of the residents. And so once again, I'm just encouraging all the residents to reach out to Red Cross. We know that it could be anything from maybe just mental health that we're dealing with here, or it could be like a multitude of medications. You could need some food, water, or even assistance with your children. So please don't be afraid. We're going to do everything we can to help. Thank you very much.
Before you leave, I just want to make one comment. And usually we don't have two-way conversations here, but I think it's important if you could mention any assistance that you're able to provide, not just to the residents, but the workers that work in Malibu, as well as the other people that might be affected by it that have some connection to Malibu, so that the people here can spread it to maybe their employees or whatever. So if you could mention it very quickly.
Sure. Right now, I think that the most important thing that we're trying to push out is that we do have financial assistance that's available. It depends on household size, but right now we're seeing on the ground that that's what people are really in need of. So.
And they contact where? Where do they get?
They can call 1-800-RED Cross. I have a bunch of cards here that I'm going to share with the council and with the residents, and feel free to pass them along to your friends, families, and neighbors in the area.
And I mention that because people are on Zoom watching this as well, so now they know the number too.
Yes, the number is 1-800-RED Cross or 1-800-733-2767.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mary Ann, do you have
I wanted to make sure, you mentioned mental health services. Is that for anybody, whether their home burned down or just somebody affected in the community that's struggling, maybe they can reach out also?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I also have a question. Is that also for Franklin Fire survivors, or is it just Palisades?
All those affected by any of the fires
Thank you.
in the area, yes.
Thank you.
All right. We have Marissa Coughlin next, and after that, we have Joseph Lizami. I know I butchered the name, but Lizama.
Good evening, council members. Just as an example, I'm going to talk to you about debris removal and the obstacles between opt-in and opt-out that I think the community should be aware of. This packet right here, this house burned in November on Malibu Road. This is ready to go. If it wasn't for our building official, it would not be ready. And I really encourage the council to use Mrs. Bundy's talent, skills, and experience to help us move it along much faster. What we're waiting on is the dump site, because LA County has locked it down. The closest dump sites for any of the debris removal that are Class A are in Nevada and Arizona, because they have blocked it. Azusa is available and some other sites available. I really encourage the council to pursue the dump site availability for our debris removal. As far as the Army Corps of Engineers presentation on Saturday and the EPA, there are some deficiencies in their presentation regarding the testing, the hazmat testing. In order to do the debris removal on Malibu Road, for example, we had to have metals, asbestos testing, and other testing done before, and it'll be tested after. That did not happen in the Woolsey fire, and when I talked to the Army Corps of Engineers after that, they're doing it before. The EPA only has one lab, one test lab in California, and that's in Richmond. Everything else is across the country. So they're subcontracting out. I talked to one of the subcontractors. It's going to take them 6 to 14 weeks to analyze the hazmat studies in order before they can do the debris removal. That affects the timelines and the concerns of the people. Rule 1403 has to do with emergency demo under Title 22, and we also have the PACM, the emergency response for the hazmat approval. The Title 22 is the conditions to modify the structure removal, and the Cal OSHA is the Title 8, the asbestos for blueprints. Anything after 1980 has to have the asbestos removal. And I'm going to encourage the council to pursue. I will give this stuff to you in writing. I'm going to give it to Alex and to the other members of the council and stuff. But the Air Quality Management District is the final holdup. Unless Yolanda can issue a letter based on 1403, which will release the site for debris removal. If not, it has to go to the SAQMD, and then it takes months for them to approve the debris removal based on the air quality management. And that's another thing that wasn't discussed by Army Corps of Engineers. And I asked him if they were going to wet down the site, and he says, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. They must do that. Thank you.
All right, next is Joseph Lizami, and then Thomas Torres will be afterwards.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, Mayor Pro Tem Riggins, and City Council. I'm Joseph Lizama, a DBA formative CA. So I work with architects, builders, property owners, friends really, just to navigate this coastal development process and the permitting process here in Malibu. Joseph, Tony, I heard your update earlier. Unfortunately, I didn't get the e-notify text email today. I usually hear when the lifeguard's going to take a lunch break at Tower 12, so I'll just make sure I'm signed up for that so I can get these updates. But really what I would like to ask for is an update on normal business operations. I understand there's appointments, but I have questions related to the portal, counter hours, and then once you have an appointment, is it one department, or can I navigate City Hall as if it were counter hours, and can I meet with multiple departments? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have an opportunity to answer some of these questions when we get through all the comments. All right, Thomas Torres, and then William Woolward.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for your sensitivity and consideration for all of us. You know, we would have never dreamt that 8 days into the new year we'd be talking with such much crisis in front of us. None of us would have ever figured that. I fortunately did not survive the fire. And I say fortunately because I thought I had, but at the last minute our house was on fire and we fled. My point is, we were burnt down in 93. We learned a lot about in 93 when we rebuilt. Some of the professional city people are here and remembered working, signing on our plans when we rebuilt. The reason I bring that up is it seems to me that there's a professional community here with a great depth of experience. I personally have worked on many, many fire burnouts, and I think there should be many pathways to the city to rely on the professional community, licensed architects, professional engineers who have had direct experience and can share and the time and look for new ways to expedite the process that are professional and above recalling much time. It's interesting that the comment about asbestos was made because in 1977, asbestos was outlawed. So if my house was rebuilt in 93 in the fire, I can assure you there's no asbestos in it. So a lot of houses in La Costa are in that boat. Maybe Big Rock's in a slightly different situation, but it seems to me that there has to be planners, however we expedite it, however we use the professional community, that whether we have site clarification where I sign off on plans and I meet with city officials where we take responsibility and engineers for various projects, and we work with the 100 people that are employed working on the various projects, or whether we set a time frame if the house was built within the last 10 years and it was signed off by the city, there's a different process to move them forward rapidly. There's other ideas we'd like to share with you all. Hopefully we'll be asked to participate in the committee. Those of us that have had tons of experience, we hate to use our experience because this is a very sorrowful experience for most of us, but we want to do the best. We love Malibu. That's what brought us here to begin with, and we want to put it back together. It's troubling, it's cracked, but let's all help put it back together. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is William Woolward, and then Marina Commons.
Hi, Council. Nice to see you all. I'm William Woodward. I lost my house in the Malibu fires in Sarah Retreat. Very devastating. Can't say enough for everybody here. I have insurance. I'll be fine. I'll get through. Really, what I want to talk to you guys about is sort of a watershed moment for you. You have a chance to change everything up, to make it easier on people, to make it better. You have a real chance to do this if you sort of use the job statement, think different, you know, you can do it. I strongly recommend that you try. Yolanda's been excellent to me. She's been kind and considerate. That's a kind thing to do. But it's a different fire than the Woolsey fire. I think you're going to follow that. That's what I got out of the Malibu Town Hall. I don't know why it's 10%. Why is it 10%? Why isn't it 20%? Why isn't it 25%? I really don't know. You know, I don't know how it happened, why, but try and think about it in a different way. You know, I'm a businessman, you know, I solve complex problems. This is a very complex problem. You know, it's multi-dimensional problem, but you got to try and do this. And I think you have a real chance to do it. So I would recommend you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-step process that I can follow, that I know exactly what to do, and you come out with it, and you have the resources to put that together, make it simple for people. This fire is different than the Woolsey fire. This fire, I think in 4 or 5 years, is going to destroy the tax base of Malibu. I mean, people are not going to want to come up PCH to come to the restaurants in the summer to, you know, that might be good in somebody's opinions, but the otherwise, you know, things like private investments, private restaurants like V's or Peter, they're going to go. They're going to be done. It's going to be done. Maybe Nobu makes it, you know, because it's Nobu, but these things are going to happen. So what I'm asking you guys to do is, you know, either come up with a group of people like me who have no axe to grind here. We're not trying to run for City Hall or anything like that, and try and make changes. Make it simple for people to do this fast. And I know it's complicated, and we're going to fight about Caltrans and the roads for the next 6 months or year, but, you know, we can make those better too. So that's my statement to you. I listened. I'm looking for specifics, and I didn't hear that many in town hall. I heard a lot of discussion. That's not to say you guys don't have a hard job right now, but try and listen to the outbreak and make it very simple on people to make the changes, or else the tax base is going to go. You may not be in office anymore at that point, but it's going to be very, very bad for Malibu. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Marnie Commons, and then Michelle Shane.
Hi, I'm Marnie Commons. I did speak at the town hall, so I'm sort of repeating myself. Same problem. But I want to specifically talk to Joe, Tony, Halen, Marianne, Doug, Bruce, Steve, Trevor, to really advocate on behalf of a portion of Malibu that's not so big, but it was a big fire, the Franklin fire, and we're not being included in the relief efforts. We're not being expedited. We don't have Coastal Commission saying, we flout all your permits. We don't have any of those benefits. And so I'm just asking for you guys to reach out to all the powerful people you know that can help get this declaration, us added into the declaration, because it would be life-changing for our community. Right now, like where Bill also lives, Sarah Retreat, it's kind of this left behind area that's not going to be included in the debris removal. We're going to not be included in the expedited stuff. So we're just going to be sitting with burn lots for longer than everybody else, even though our fire was first. So please, can you guys reach out, do something? I also my folks lost their home in the Palisades fire. My grandparents' home has been lost. I love Malibu. I'm not leaving. But please fight for our fire, the Franklin fire. I've put so many feelers out, and everyone says, get your city councilmen and women, get the assistant manager, Joe Tony, who I don't even know you, but everyone tells me talk to Joe. So please, can you advocate on behalf of my community too, so that we're not just forgotten in this?
All right. Thank you very much. All right, Michelle Shane is next, and then Cheryl Spurlock, please.
Hi, Council. Thank you for your service, especially during this terrible time. And it's a horrific time for all of us, whether we are members of it, we're members of this community. I want to ask and talk about one thing. And as you all know, I'm a very strong advocate for PCH. But there's $460,000 sitting from OTS that the city has not taken part of. It's been sitting there since September. You have the money till October. No, it's not a priority, but here you have an opportunity to do something with PCH that doesn't cost you any money. It comes out of the grant. So I only bring it up because I wanted to remind you during this whole process and during this whole tragedy that we're going through, we will eventually need that. We will be using PCH. Hopefully, per my article last week, we'll learn from it and change and do stuff. But I'm just begging you to remember. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Cheryl Spurlock, and then next is Norm Haney.
Hello, I'm Cheryl Spurlock. I lived at 20958 Pacific Coast Highway, close to Dukes. I think I'm not probably addressing the right people tonight, but one of the things that came up on Saturday that we're concerned about, and I think some of the other people on our beach are concerned about, is whether or not if we go with the debris removal that the government has offered, whether or not they're going to take our septic tanks out. And I don't know where to ask that question or how to get it answered, but we have a lot of concerns about that because that's a very expensive thing to replace. So if anyone has any suggestions or knows about that, I would really like to be informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Norm Haney, and then Alette Ridgway, please.
Good evening, City Council members. I absolutely agree that the fire rebuilds should jump to the front of the line. and that all the effort here in the city should be focused on getting them rebuilt. However, there's a group of facilities that are just as important, and those are the facilities that are necessary to protect the existing homes. If somebody comes before you with a request for a water tank and a fire hydrant to protect their existing home, which is vulnerable, that should also be moved forward to the top of the list in terms of what the city planning department looks at and considers. Whether it's a water tank, a firewall, removal of vegetation within fuel modifications, zones A, B, and C, they should be approved as quickly as possible so that we don't have another house burning to the ground. If you build a 20,000-gallon water tank and have a fire hydrant adjacent to it, and your neighbor's house catches on fire, and there's no water in the municipal tanks, and as we saw on Saturday, they admitted there was no way in the world that they would have enough water to fight more than 3 or 4 house fires at a time. So, my request is that people that are requesting modifications to the existing house that they have or houses that are under construction, they should also be part of what is considered a necessity to look at and approve as quickly as possible. Thank you very much for your time and your service.
Thank you, Norm. All right, I'll let Ridgway and then Dina Moore.
Hi, I'm Alette Ridgway. I'm here to represent Malibu Seafood and really just all the restaurants and businesses in Malibu. This has just been a really tough time for the restaurants in Malibu. We've been in Malibu since 1971, so over 50 years, and this has been the worst that we've ever seen. This has been worse than all of the other fires and floods that we've seen. This has been worse than COVID. And we're just really looking for some transparency, some answers, really about PCH being reopened. I know nobody really knows that yet, but we're really looking to have answers for our employees because, we feel very responsible for them. We don't want to have to lay people off. We want to be able to pay them their full salary. We feel we've been employing these people for over 20 years. We employ their kids. And so, if there's any sort of government assistance that restaurants can get, we've heard about everything for residents, but if there's anything that businesses can apply to, like there was during COVID. So this has been worse than COVID for us because at least we could get money and loans and grants that could pay employees, that could pay the rent. So if you guys know anything about that, if you could reach out for that, that would be really great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your help feeding the firefighters you guys did a great job. Thank you.
All right, Dina Moore and then Tanya Verano.
Hello, I'm Dina Moore. I'm a little bit of a nervous public speaker, so I wrote everything down. My husband Mike and I have been Malibu residents for 28 years. I'm also a private practice physical therapist who sees clients here in Malibu in the Palisades. We raised our 3 kids, Sierra, Logan, and Liam here. In fact, Bill coached Sierra. I don't think I've seen him in about 20 years. Sorry you lost your home, but good to see you. Sierra and Logan are now active duty Marines. Liam is a coach at Malibu High. My husband, Mike, was preparing to deploy to Iraq as a civilian contractor when Woolsey hit in November of 2018. And like many, we lost everything. Back then, we were told by our state and local government that the rebuild process would be expedited. When my husband left for Iraq, he had full confidence in me, our builder, and the local government to get our permits quickly to rebuild. We did get those initial permits in October of 2020. However, since then, we have been battling the bureaucratic nightmare of California Coastal Commission, ESHAs, and our local government to break ground on our rebuild. It's now been 6 years, 2 months, and 18 days since Woolsey and now Broad, Franklin, and Palisades fire has hit, and we're hearing the same verbiage about expedited rebuilding for our neighbors and now our fellow fire victims. I appreciate the executive orders to expedite rebuilding for Broad, Franklin, or actually I think it's just for Palisades, right? I'm still trying to figure out who the executive orders are for. But whoever they're for, what about those of us still stuck in the red tape of rebuilding from Woolsey? According to the Malibu Rebuilds website statistics, only 184 out of the 488 destroyed homes have been rebuilt. That's only 37% of homes, so 63% not rebuilt. And according to the website, 113, including ours, are under construction. But ours is actually still stuck in planning and replanning because we have to keep submitting. So I represent those 25 to 30% still stuck in planning or construction. And so I ask of you to finally stand by your words and support and allow Woolsey fire victims to cut through red tape to rebuild under the emergency executive orders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tanya Arano, and then Susan Earling, I believe.
Hi, good night. Thank you for being here and answering our questions. My name is Tania Verruno. I live in Las Flores Beach for 43 years, and our house survived. And I even feel bad asking these questions because our friends and neighbors and residents of Malibu lost their homes. But we would like to know if you have an idea when we will be able to go back to our home. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Susan Earring, and then Luis Pino.
Hello, I'm Susan Emmerling. I want to thank all of you for being here. I'm grateful for your good wishes, your hard work, and your support. I'm a 30-year resident of Malibu. I met my husband as he was rebuilding from the '93 fires. And now fire has caught up with us again, and our 2 children. I'm going to salute the work of the sheriff, who I think is left, that it is true that the most important resource we have is our lives. The second most important resource is our time. Because if you can think, there are so many who are now on their second fire 30 years later. Our time is precious. So though I commend the intent, I have to say that the saddest phrase that I've heard in this rebuilding are the words that our beloved city is building a permanent office for recovery and rebuilding. It's just heartbreaking that we go through this over and over again. But what I do want to urge the city to do is to heed a maxim that my stepfather always used to say when I was growing up. You can have 20 years of experience, or you can have 1 year of experience 20 times. There are a lot of professionals in this city, there are a lot of residents in this city who have more than a lifetime's worth of experience and professionalism in dealing with rebuilding and recovering. I really urge all of you to rely on these professionals. They know our communities, they know our codes, they know our regulations, they know what they're subject to when we rebuild, and they want to do it because they love this place and they love its residents. And many of them are now here appealing. So in this spirit, I encourage you to design a process, not just repeat one that's existed, but really design a process that draws on the experience of these seasoned professionals, learn from them as they learn from you, work with them as they work with you. And what I'd like to say is, you know, as you bring in new staff to work it with seasoned existing staff, you consider things like beneficial silos, where you ask people to be experts, whether it's in small lot subdivisions, you know, small subdivision lots or beachfront lots, Let them become experts and own that part of the process so they can go faster. So that not everybody, particularly people, new people, are being asked to be experts in everything. I know I'm over. Time. We're all desperate to get our lives back together, and we need to rebuild as if the life of our community depends on it, because it does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Louis Pina, then Jefferson Wagner.
Dear Mayor and Council members, Luis Pena here for the record. So this time I wasn't evacuated, but I'm here and trying to give my 2 cents. I think that what people really need now is certainty and clear timelines in the best degree that they can. We're lucky that we are now experts almost in rebuilding, so let's learn from the mistakes from before. I'm gonna try to, after 5 hours on Saturday, 3 hours yesterday, and then today, I'm gonna try to give you my point of view, and I'm gonna save some notes for the item 7A regarding development. So there's 2 steps for the debris removal, which is EPA and FEMA. So for the EPA, it is mandatory that it's done by the government, so there's no option to opt out, and I hope that everyone understands this. Then for the second phase is when you can opt out or in. And it looks like no one really wants to provide a clear timeline because they're afraid of failing at the timeline, but I think someone needs to step up, act as a PM. We're used to do that, the design professionals, right? It's really hard to give our clients a timeline on how long it's gonna take to get the permits, but sometimes you just need to take a risk and tell them. It is my impression that it's gonna be at least 9 to 12 months to get the site cleared, and I just hope that someone can not ask individually each agency, but kind of own the whole process, right? Like a Gantt chart, critical path, things like that. Then I'm gonna go straight to some suggestions. So I think that you guys should create as one centralized source of information, and it has to be online. Then you can have, so the city of Malibu is beautiful because we have this personal treatment. It's only 10,000 people living here, so it's easy to reach to you personally. But there's a lot of people that are displaced and they don't have means to be here. So the information has to be clear and centralized and as soon as possible. Then it will be good for you guys to provide every week, either at city council hearings or the planning commission hearings, air and water quality reports. I'm sure that you can find that. People maybe want to move back, but I think it's very dangerous, as Bruce said the other day. So same for surfers. I don't know how long it's gonna take us to be back in the water, but it will be good to get some updates every now and then. Then it would be good to install permanent Starlink Wi-Fi all through Malibu forever. You know, let's not rely on FM transmitters. We live in 2025. And then I would say let's mandate permanent removal of all the palm trees in Malibu. Those are not local plants. And I think Ryan mentioned that after the Franklin fire. I would also say allow pools to be de minimis waivers, because pools are a good feature to fight fires. So let's include that with the septic systems if possible. And then I would prohibit smoking in Malibu, higher fire zone. We prohibit that on the beaches. And then please
thank you.
Request the fire department to staff up. They only have one guy reviewing permits.
Okay, thank you. Jefferson, you're up next. We have 5 minutes for Jefferson. Daniel Ralston, are you here? And Tina Cervantes. There you go. All right. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Council. Thank you, Doug, and everybody that's given their time like the rest of us are this evening. Just wanted to help Marissa with the clarification on the 1980 statement. That was anything prior to 1980 has to go through hazmat. That she said it was after 1980. Then helping, yep, you got it, Marissa. And then I know Sergeant Sutherland left, but we need some common name for Checkpoint Charlie. That's what we've been calling it on PCH there. The reason the Sheriff's Department set it up there, it's a long straightaway from both directions. So there's no misunderstanding that it's a checkpoint. Checkpoint Charlie is C for Carbon Beach. So we should start using that as part of our acronym. Equally, I'd like you to pull up, when I was on council, 2 times we had an acronym sheet for rebuilding from the Woolsey fire. I don't know where that acronym sheet went. It will help all these people with the corundums, the nightmare of acronyms that are being used. It gets confusing. They ask you those questions first. Let's get the acronym sheet ready, printed, and ready for everybody that needs it. So for those people at home, Jefferson Wagner, local retail business owner here for 50 years, local resident for 60 years, and I lost my house in the Woolsey fire. And right now, because I use local contractors and local expediters, I was able to finally, after 6 years, get to the point where the roof is on and the stucco is next week. So I'm in a good position, luckily. I handed out several maps. This is for clarification for people who are going to be going through this process. It will also help the city with its positioning. The first map is the SCE map. I mentioned this at the 5-hour meeting at the high school on Saturday. This is a better quality map, and that map, you can see for the PSPS, Public Safety Power Shutdown, another acronym we should know. It has the various districts, and what SCE has not done in the past is correlate the district with street addresses, prominent landmarks or benchmarks. So we started at Tuna, and we went all the way up to Galahad. The way this will help residents and the council and legal staff here and the city manager is when you do a reference point on a PSPS, you can see the streets and the latitude and longitude. So I think that would be very helpful to clarify that. SCE does not have this map. This was created by myself, and they call it sensitive information. I heard that back in the Woolsey. Sensitive is not having sensitivity to the needs of the people. That's sensitive. Second map is the evacuation map. And when I was on council in 2018 or 20, somewhere around in there, after the Woolsey fire, we created with Chris Marks, a planning commissioner at the time, we created the evacuation map based upon the TSEP concept. That's the Topanga Canyon one, which was very, very successful in the past. So that's where we came up with 111, 112, 113. What the map doesn't have is egress and to get out. You can see where I put on this new map 2101. None of this exists on the current maps. So for people from out of the area, first responders as well, who may not have this on their knock maps, that's the one that the county issues at the end of each canyon, this map needs to be posted so that people go to the map, go online and say, oh, that's an exit to the 101. This is a PCH access in my area that I understand. So those are a couple of the things that need to be added to the map that currently exists for evacuation that will immensely help you out, especially when first responders from far away as Walla Walla, Washington, San Antonio, Texas, have come here. They don't have anything like this. It doesn't exist. So please help the first responders. And then the last statement, I think I still have 30 seconds. Second responders. You'll have to deal with the second responders. Second responders are Southern California Edison, Southern California Gas, District Waterworks 29, and Department of Public Works. Those are your second responders. Included in the second responders should be the doctors and nurses that are registered that are going to go through the process at Lost Hills. You need to get those second responders in. You need to create a list of second responders. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you, Jefferson. Next person is Howard Reske, and then Scott Dietrich. Please remember, jazz hands. It's you.
Good evening, and thank you guys for doing what you're doing. It's Herculean. I've been talking to a lot of people in Sacramento, DC, Palisades, to see what the easiest way for us to get people back in their homes in a couple of years. And it seems that Steve Soboroff came up with the magic secret sauce. They're coming up with a program that takes a select number of architects and gives them the power to do everything, to design your house, get all your consultants, and issue your permit. I said that right, issue your permit. There are in Malibu, I don't know, somewhere between 750 and who knows the number. That's 15% of the homes in Malibu and 50% more than Woolsey. We owe it to these people to do a better job than Woolsey and to do a better job than anyone else. We're Malibu. We have the same celebrities. We have the same financial status. We need to figure out how to get a Zoom meeting with the president and the governor, Caltrans, etc., and get him to say to them, do this. It means something. He can take something away that they really want. And Caltrans responds, and everyone responds. He put Rick Grinnell in charge of the federal money. That means he knows where it's going. The guy's his best friend, and he was the ambassador to Germany. He's a smart guy. And they also took Karen Bass, the gentleman from Louisiana that did the infrastructure after the floods there. We need to assemble a team like that and hit the ground running with the best and the brightest. And no offense to Joe, but we need to find a city manager ASAP that has years of experience in running a city and years of experience with political contacts and can bring staff to help Yolanda and Tyler and Rob and everyone else, because they're going to need a lot of help. This isn't an easy thing to do. And if the city of Los Angeles can't do it with their head of planning, who's a hell of a nice guy and a very smart guy and runs a big department, we sure as hell can't. So we shouldn't want to rely on those people. And then a lot of people didn't want to come tonight that asked me to ask you these questions. If you live on the beach or on Big Rock and you have a septic, no matter how old, or a seawall or a foundation, and it's repairable or it's in good condition, can they still use it? There's a lot of people that are deathly scared of what's going on. I spent most of the day just fielding calls from people trying to assure them that Yolanda's a great person and we're going to really try, but maybe you guys can assure them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Scott Dietrich is next, and then Heather McCauley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We've just gone through a pretty bad time, and we're going to continue to do that for a year, 2 years, 3 years. But I want to bring up some good news. First of all, 3 of you went through Woolsey on the council, so you've got experience. Secondly, we got a president that wants to kick butt. He says, start tomorrow. Third, our supervisor, unlike in 2018, she's out there. She's screaming to get things done. She's trying. She's pushing forward. I mean, she did that for PCH safety, and now she's doing it with Woolsey. We did not have that in 2018. If everybody remembers, in 2018, the sheriff was threatening to arrest people who were trying to bring in food and gasoline at Paradise Cove. Well, since the fire, the next morning, I've been throughout Malibu and even into the Palisades, photographing for Malibu Times and writing for the Wall Street Journal. When I come across deputies and LAPD and the National Guard, they've been amazingly polite and kind. That was not true, NCHP. That was not true in 2018. There's something that changed. We now have this huge task in front of us, and we know a lot of it just is dependent on what outside agencies doing, but at least our leaders seem to want to help. And I just pray that we can get this done. And it doesn't take a year or 18 months. So thank you for all your work. It's going to be tough, but we can do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Heather McNally, I believe, and then Bill Rhodes. Michaels. Heather Michaels.
Is there a Heather here?
Yeah. Yeah. Just gotta, for those of us that don't read script real well, next time print the names real well. It's hard to read them sometimes. All right, Bill Rhodes.
Yes. Good to see you all, and thank you so much. There's so much that everybody's facing, and it's quite exhausting.
Can you put your microphone down just a little bit so we
I'm
heard
sorry.
you? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So many great points were brought up. You know, the rebuild it's going to be lengthy. I know there's a lot of projections, but I think what would be really helpful is, you know, without just sort of expanding it to, you know, this is happening so quickly, it's happening right now, realistic numbers and dates and timelines. Because when the fires were in August, the rebuild really didn't happen for about 3 months. I think it was the end of October. So I think folks kind of really just want to know realistically, because the debris removal, there's the toxins, there's homes that are completely demolished that, you know, they're not quite sure what's going to happen and how that's going to start over. The issues that you all mentioned as well with the retaining walls, and some properties have, you know, been here for quite some time where they have more of a security, where those walls go deeper into the earth, and I know there's a specific term for that. So that rebuild is slightly different. But, you know, the aspect of healing and bringing the communities together and also having these additional resources. So one of the gentlemen mentioned that perhaps rather than going through this process in the same method that's been done so many times, one of the ladies had been through 36 fires. That's heartbreaking. And to have to go through that with your family each and every time, it's debilitating. But Malibu and the greater, you know, Los Angeles and Palisades area are resilient, and we get through it. So bringing in perhaps some of these specialists or these groups that are, you know, they live in the community and they want to participate, they want to help, they want to be a part of the process, and perhaps they have these expertise that can really make a difference and help streamline it forward, but also perhaps in a more progressive way, considering climate change and the fact that we are going to be through this again and again and again. The winds escalated this, obviously we all know that, but perhaps the winds might be even more extreme next time. So how many more times do we have to go through the process again and again and again? So maybe thinking outside the box and involving the community so that, you know, they can also participate. Maybe there's a committee, like a committee through the community, you call it something special, where those folks can also participate. Another thing I just want to mention, I don't know what my timing is right now, but
That's it.
can I just say one last thing? Okay, so there's been so many animals and pets that have also been affected, family members, pets. We set up a triage center to help.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll,
Okay,
next time.
so
Okay.
I'll add that in later then.
All right.
Thank you so much, everybody.
All right. Next, Bill Rhodes, and then Skylar Peak. And Skylar, you need to write better.
Hi, I'm Bill Rhodes, and I've got a lot of questions from lots of the burnout victims. One is any timeline for the EPA when they're getting to the different neighborhoods? How many can they do in a day? For example, they're going to start in Big Rock in 4 to 6 weeks, when they finish in 4 weeks after that, just time frames to know where they stand. On phase one, that's the phase one part. Moving on to phase two, sign up starts tomorrow, as everyone may know or may not, at recovery.lacounty.gov. First in, first done is what the colonel said. If you opt in and it drags out, can you opt out? There's concern over the 6 inches of soil being removed due to erosion issues because we are going into the rainy season, and you saw what happened with this first rain right now. If the Corps of Engineers removes the 6 inches, are they also going to protect the bare land? And I can't convey enough for them to save, if at all possible, the foundations. And before removing them, allow the owners a chance to have their own independent structural engineer to confirm or object to the findings. The foundation is the single most important item to preserve for both time and money to get them rebuilding again. In the opt-out, we need an approved contractors list, and do we know an average cost of what it costs to opt out? I've heard 30 to 40,000. It depends on site specific, of course, but a rough average so that people know that if they don't opt in and they think they're going to do an easy cleanup, it's not necessarily that easy. As Doug had said, the foundations are unbelievably expensive to remove if in fact it must be removed. As I mentioned at the last meeting, if part of the foundation is damaged, we would love to be able to put back in place similar to what has lasted for 50 years rather than having to go through the soils. So many are afraid that they will be forced to sell their lots if they can't rebuild within a reasonable time. By the time the rental insurance runs out in a year, they then are coupled with the house payments that they're still making on the property, plus the rental. I had a gentleman come up and he said, it's my dream to have my Malibu house and it's gone. It will be taken away because I can't afford it if it runs 2 or 3 years before I can rebuild. And I had another gentleman that asked, he goes, worst scenario, would I be allowed to put an RV on the property?
All right. Thank you, Bill. All right. Skylar Peak, please. And then Joe Drummond. I will mention that these last 3 are late. We'd appreciate it if we do these at the start of the session.
Skylar stepped out. You want to go? Joe?
Yeah.
Is he coming?
Skylar here? All right, let's go to Joe Drummond then.
Is he there? He left. Okay.
Skylar left? Okay. He didn't like my comment about his handwriting. All right. You have 4 minutes. You've got Eric Widmar here, right? Is Eric here? Yeah, there you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here for us. In 2013, you know, I bought my home in Big Rock. It was our dream home, and since moving in, we've had many people, neighbors, my children's friends at our house, and it was a hub of activity. Everyone was there. And they even had a New Year's Eve party, my kids, just before we left. We left for India on January 1st, and we got back last Tuesday, and to nothing, no belongings. Our home is burned down. My husband is a member of the community brigade, and from 9,000 miles away when we heard, he immediately sprang into action. When my son was at the house, he got the evacuation order, and he tried to FaceTime us, but it was the middle of the night. We didn't receive one notification on our phone or email. Since the Woolsey fire of 2018, the city needs to establish a comprehensive alarm system for residents in Malibu to prevent delays in evacuation. We lost 2 lives in Big Rock, and with countless injuries, and my children are devastated. It was really a nightmare. And initially we weren't too worried because the fire was all the way in the Palisades. But we underestimated all of that brush above us in the hillsides that the MRCA has not once cleared. We've been begging them for decades, and they have not taken care of it. Led by Joe Edmondson and defended by their attorney, Alina Eggers, to create a defensible space around our homes. We've been asking them. These requests, however, were ignored, condoned by the state, and we were left a sitting duck. And in 2019, Supervisor Sheila Kuehl, due to environmental concerns about the chaparral, canceled a planned controlled burn. And that fire break would have saved lives, homes, and wildlife. Meanwhile, properties like the Getty Villa had a 200-foot vegetation clearance, and they survived. The Shumash used to do annual controlled burns, so I hope that one will be scheduled for Western Malibu in the next few months to prevent any future annihilation. Since we found out about the fire, I started a group text with about 20 people. It grew to 100, and now there's 260 Big Rock residents and beyond on this very supportive group. The Big Rock community is so strong and so passionate, and we are committed to rebuild. The community brigade, led by Chris Frost, came to Big Rock, evacuating residents before the fire came through, and removed anything flammable away from our already hardened home to make it safe as possible. Had my husband been there in the country, our home would likely be there still. Unfortunately, the brigade were called away, and one member who was there, Shea Broussard, saw an SUV parked across our street shake, explode, and hit our garage, and our garage just lit on fire. The two houses next to it were fine, but our house just went up in flames. Do I only have a minute left? Oh. So a down power line is one of the multiple reasons that were given that the fire department weren't able to come up. Had they been stationed there before the fire blew through, we would have been saved many more homes. Yet our 80-year-old neighbor, Rosemary, and her son managed to save 6 homes at the bottom of our cul-de-sac using a fire hose connected to a single working hydrant. So what I'm asking is, can you please immediately pursue the MRCA needs to be disbanded by the state and remove Joe Edmondson, transfer control of the land and monies to the state park to mandate prioritizing clearing of defensible space to ultimately protect not only us, but the wildlife they must preserve. And 2, negotiate with LA County to reduce property tax allotments from the massive 93% we pay to at least 80% to fund a dedicated fire department and community brigade to supplement Malibu. Pepperdine has this, and they've never burned. And there's a meeting tomorrow with the Board of the Supervisors. They're going to be honoring the fire brigade. But if one of you could come and plant the seed, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next is Steve Wiseman, and then followed by Ryan Emery.
Evening, council members. I just wanted to bring up two questions or points. So I represent a number of commercial property owners in the city of Malibu that care deeply about the community. And one of the questions is, given the significant loss of housing and the dire need to get people back into homes, what's the city's flexibility as it relates to the potential of converting office buildings to apartments or condos or lodging to try to get people quickly back into places for whether it be a short term or 3 to 5 years, and then go back to whatever the initial use was so that they would have some place to relocate. That was one. And then the other was, has the city considered deploying infrared thermal imaging network in various areas throughout the Santa Monica Mountains that would detect smoke and fire immediately and provide alerts to citizens and to first responders so that they can get to these fires at the onset? So those are my two points.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next is Ryan Embry.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I don't know if this is my 9th fire for Malibu or what, but they're all different. They're like children. They have different personalities. And the differences that were alluded to between these other prior fires are partly the response because the personnel has changed in the leadership of all these state and county departments. We have a different commissioner at the CHP. We have a different director at Caltrans. We have different councils, different city managers, and some of them have what it takes and some of them just punch the clock. And I think you know the difference, but we need to pay attention when things are working right. So I want to say, you need to file for grants so that residents can have their palm trees removed under grant. I think we'll get it. But it would be up to the city to coordinate a program like that. Maybe it takes $1 million. It's about $800 to take out a mature Spanish fan palm tree, the worst kind. The kind that are the ones that almost burned down my condo building in 2007, and they're still there, and almost burned it down again. I was up on the roof with the fire hose and saved building A and building C, along with Jefferson and Julie, and holding the fire hose, just like I did in 1993. Same fire hose, different nozzle. So the palm trees that are in a grove are at a shuttered plant nursery on Stewart Ranch Road. And they're unsold merchandise that's been there for 10 years. They've grown into the ground, and they are concentration of hazardous, and I have video and pictures of them going up in the matter of 5 minutes. And they propagated seeds onto our hillside and throughout the area. And in 2007, they're part of the reason that the Malibu Colony Shopping Center caught fire, because the palm fronds blew over there and ignited a diesel car. Diesel doesn't really explode. Parked on Malibu Road, the wife of an architect. So telecommunications was a problem because the power went out. And we don't have our telecommunications commission. We've been asleep at the switch for the last 7 years on that. It needs to be addressed. The assignment you gave it to the Public Works Commission, it's never been on their agenda, and that's not really their thing. Undergrounding of utilities and power, that's great. Where are the cell phone transmitters going to go? They need to be integrated as a stealth facility.
Thank you, Ryan.
Or disguised. Thank you.
All right. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
7 raised hands. First is Paul Grassani.
All right. And let's keep track of the 7 people that are on, so anybody else that comes on, it's after the fact.
Okay.
All right. Paul, go ahead, please. Paul, we can't hear you.
He's being asked to unmute.
Okay.
The speaker isn't responding. Would you like us to move on and circle back?
Yeah, we'll go back to Paul. Who's next?
He's unmuted now.
All right.
I'm sorry. Sorry for the delay. I have a few things that I would love to say. For starters, we have several houses that are within the area that the burn happened, but they have not been damaged. Even though they have a green tag on them, it's very difficult to get approval to, one of them is waiting for power. But power and getting movers in and things like that is very difficult. I also have some people who've decided to leave Malibu forever, and they want to move their stuff out. They evacuated for the fire, and now they want to come back, pick up their stuff, and leave. How soon will we be able to get permission for their movers to come and take their things away? The other thing is there are houses that look good, and a 4-unit that looks good, but they have a yellow notice on them with a note that says you have to make an appointment with Building and Safety. Nobody answers the phone at Building and Safety. So I left messages on that today, and I'm sure that we'll be hearing from them. But those are the kind of things that people want to do. We have people who are homeless right now who don't have to be, but they just can't get in because of the exclusion zone and waiting to get clearance and power. That's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who's next?
Michael Ballor.
Go ahead, please.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can.
Hi. Hi, my name is Michael. I'm a former resident of Malibu. We've been trying to rebuild our home in Malibu Park since the Woolsey fire, and it's definitely been a difficult process. I know a lot of speakers have kind of emphasized the point of expediting. I just wanted to offer just some, I guess, recommendations. I think one thing that has kind of hindered this process has been the ability for projects that are specifically for Woolsey rebuilds to be appealed. I think when you have the planning commission handling a lot of that and people have the ability to slow down the process and send it up to you guys, it really just creates a large line, which is, I guess, what we've been seeing the last 4 or 5 years. We started our planning process in 2020. We presented our project twice. We got it approved in July, and now it got appealed, and it's been in limbo until you guys can review it. And obviously, these 2 fires in December, and this past fire in Palisades has caused a little bit of a delay, of course. And my heart goes out to a lot of the residents that have lost their homes and the lives that were lost. And I really appreciate the fire department, everybody involved who's been able to respond. I think bodies that have been, just opposed to rebuilding need to look in the mirror. I'm really not trying to take an adversarial approach here when it comes to, community bodies like the MTC. And I'm sorry about specifically Joe losing her house. She was one of the individuals that was opposed to our plan to rebuild our home. I just want some camaraderie here for those who lost their homes in this most recent fire. And I just want some more clarity on those who are still being, I guess, delayed from rebuilding their homes from Woolsey. My father's 66. My aunt has MS. My grandma's 91 now. I'm 26, and when the house burned down, I want to say 20 years old. And time does pass. And I just wanted to emphasize the importance of, maybe leaving it to the Planning Commission in this next phase of rebuilding from the Palisades fire, and maybe putting a limit on appealing and letting that process go more smoothly and limiting the powers that are given to people who are opposed to projects. When it comes to new coastal development permits, things like that motel, for example, those are justified. Those are, big difference makers in the community, and I could understand the opposition. But when it comes to rebuilding a home from a fire, I think, again, the red tape concept is a big issue. So just some thoughts I had, and I hope everything can go smoothly from here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who's next?
Craig Hill.
Craig, go ahead, please.
Here we are. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. It's really good to see you all back in there at the dais. Just to follow that last point, I really hope and expect that the Planning Commission will see very little of what's in front of us now. So 2 points here tonight, one small and one big. There was a power outage here where I'm temporarily staying, so I missed the consent calendar. I don't know if it's too late, but on the surplus vehicles, maybe if there's some way that people who lost a vehicle in the fire could have that donated or sold cheaply or something, let's look at that. It's not me or anyone I know, but it just seems like let's put them where they can be helpful. And a bigger point about reseeding hillsides, hydro seeding. I think in general, in principle, it's probably a good idea, but there are some subtleties that we need to be considering. I don't know, I'm not pitching a specific answer, but after the 93 fire, they came out quickly with a hydro seed mix that included Kentucky bluegrass and fescue, non-natives. They were chosen because they grow quickly, and that spread all around town and was maybe not the best idea in retrospect. A point of clarification, a couple people have blamed that reseeding effort for the proliferation of fountain grass. They're not related. The fountain grass came from the west side in mid-century, probably the Palisades, people putting it around their pools, and it's gradually been migrating west. And not incidentally, was one of the factors in why the landside component of this fire burned so quickly from Topanga all the way to Las Flores. There was just a fuse of fountain grass. I watched some of it, how fast it moved myself. So reseeding. We'd want to get at it right away. The natives don't grow quite as quickly as that imported stuff, but one thing to consider is that we're already well into the nominal rainy season. NOAA's climate prediction for the 3 months through April is that rainfall will be lower than median. So it takes the grass a couple months to grow anyway. So I don't know whether we just kind of knee-jerk get out there and do a lot of hydro seeding right now, or maybe we need to look at that and the timing and how long it takes to grow and be getting some native seeds out, I don't know, next November or sometime. But let's think about this hard and quickly and do the right thing, because that's going to be one of the first things that we need to focus on. But let's not just do it in a kind of less than mindful way. Let's think about how we get the most bang for the buck. That's it. Thank you, folks. Hope to see you back there soon.
Thank you. Who's next?
Georgia.
Georgia, go ahead, please. Georgia, can you hear us?
We're asking her to unmute.
There. Oh, okay. Sorry, now I've lost all right. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
So sorry about that. First, I want to say I'm just really sorry for everything that's happened, for the losses of people and wildland animals. Yes, it's quite tragic. And also, I'm thankful for all the people who've worked so hard to help bring us together and to fight this fire and to really move towards some kind of restoration. My focus today is in fact about the future. And these measures, I think, will provide us with a much more secure future in terms of wildfire. They're certainly not all my ideas, but I do believe they're correct. So in addition to the house hardening, appropriate vegetation around the house, removal of invasive grasses and plants, and this is truly critical, elimination of ignition points. What starts the fire? It's always humans in the Southland. A secure source of water. Watering at the beginning of a red flag day can help. And sprinklers on the house on every property have saved properties, developments in Minnesota and Australia. A fire brigade, undergrounding with a microgrid for all of the Santa Monica Mountains. It would be a number of them. The mountains could have a soft closure for all entrances just prior to a red flag day, like Topanga has done this year. Residents could be trained to look for arsonists with communication to the sheriff's office, some extension of arson watch. The governments, local, state, other states, and federal could have strike teams with an extra supply of equipment, the hard, trucks, fire engine that can't easily be transported, located for use in the Southland counties. Maybe military transport could be used to bring other firefighters to this area or wherever they're needed. More water reserves and planes, copters are needed. Agencies need to work with each other and residents to have the most efficient plan. Nature is not causing these fires. We must stop human ignition sources to stop the fires and to securely prepare for them when they occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next, please?
Mike Moore.
Go ahead, please.
Mike, you're unmuted.
Anybody can hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. First off, condolences to those who've lost friends or family and everybody else that have lost their home recently in the Palisades and Franklin fire. My wife Dina just spoke earlier, so I won't go over the history too much of our family and everything, but we did lose our home in the 2018 Woolsey fire. And as she mentioned, I was deploying overseas to Iraq and Africa for multiple months at a time. And, we both put our faith in city council, elected officials, and these professional, highly paid bureaucrats to, quote unquote, expedite the rebuild process. But all that was just lip service. And I'm hearing the same lip service again this time around. And it's recurring over and over again, listening to some of these other residents who have been there longer than we have. We moved here in 97. Our house was built in 90 before Malibu became a city and before they enacted their local coastal program. And then we didn't find out until after the fire that we now live in an ESHA that was arbitrarily drawn around our property. And so now we have all these additional constraints to deal with the Coastal Commission. And that's really been the primary hangup why we haven't been able to build for the past 6 years. Our structure and everything up to code for the house was fine, but it's been the Coastal Commission. You know, we wanted put in the advanced septic system, which was suggested by planning because it was more environmentally sensitive. So I said, okay, sure, but that required a de minimis waiver. Then we found out that our driveway wasn't up to code, so we had to widen it and lengthen it, increase the turn radius to meet current fire code. But because it was outside the footprint, it triggered another Coastal Commission review because it's in the ESHA. And we also wanted a 15,000 gallon container, modified container that would also be a pool and basically a firewall to the house. But no, because it was 2 feet into this theoretical ESHA, it required another biological assessment, which cost us another $30,000, and we're still waiting for a follow-up on that. So I'm asking you guys to put an emergency stay on all these fire rebuilds. And if you don't, it's like, tell us why, and tell us who can have the authority to do it. But from what I've read, you guys have the authority to do emergency powers and make amendments to the local coastal program. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Who's next, please?
Jason Jenkins.
Jason, go ahead, please.
Yes, my name is Jason, and I'm a smoker scan viewer.
Say again, please.
Sir?
Go ahead.
Sir? May I speak?
Yes, go ahead. Next, are we already done the 7?
No, there's one more.
All right, go ahead.
Andy Lyon.
Andy Lyon, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm here. Test?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, I just, first of all, I'm so sorry for everybody in Malibu that's lost. It just breaks my heart seeing what's happened to Malibu, a place I've lived my whole life. And, you know, I've been through every fire since 1970 and stayed behind and for most of those. I can tell you from 1970, I have some photos of a house that was gutted next door to ours, the Ziffrin house. I have a photo in October of 70 where it was gutted and almost destroyed. And in September of 71, it was completely rebuilt. So it can be done, and we need to do that for everybody. Couple of things, you know, the communications is just lacking again. Being stuck without any power and no cell service, not knowing where we're at. I like to stay behind because I find that if you stay behind, you can save your house, and that's what I did in Woolsey. That's what I did in '93. That's what I did in the one before the Corral fire. And as far as being treated properly, when you do survive the initial firestorm and then you're stuck behind, that wasn't really. I have a lot of people that talk to me and they were not treated well, and we're not. You know, we have all these people here that could go out and search these neighborhoods and make sure that people are there at their houses and not be treated like criminals for staying behind and not be made to like hunker down or make that choice to leave their house and then find out that it got looted. Couple of things that I think need to happen. I think that right away, the city of Malibu needs to designate the whole highway as a no parking zone, towaway zone, so that nobody comes in with an RV and sets up here. That absolutely should not happen. no proliferation of the RVs. And on the other hand of that, other side of that is that people that want to put a RV on their property can do so without the hoops that they had to jump through during Woolsey. One last thing, okay, everybody's talking about getting on your property and clearing it. I just have to bring up the fact that Weintraub's property was a burn, and it was also used for a staging, and it was completely graded. This was done under an emergency, and it was, you know, I think Doug was involved with that, somebody in Public Works, and our new city manager or interim, whatever. The fact is that he got to do everything he wanted, and now there's a driveway that comes off of his property that was necessary for his hotel project, and that is sending traffic down past Our Lady of Malibu and Webster School. And I just think that somebody needs to answer for why that happened. If that happened for a developer in Malibu in a backroom deal, then everybody should get to do what they want on their property like tomorrow. He's been grading for over a week on that thing, and you can see that it's completely
Andy, your time
empty.
is up. Thank you. All right, that should be the 7 people. All right. I think we'll close public comments. Let's bring it up here to the dais. Who wants to go first? Don't everybody jump.
Okay.
All right, Mary Ann's first.
All right. I made several notes, so I'm going to jump around my paper. Sorry. First thing I want to say is sorry to everybody in our community, those who lost their homes, those who have not returned to their homes, and the rest of our community. Everybody's been traumatized by this, and we're all grieving together. And that's exactly how we need to stay, is together. Let's not fight one another. Let's make sure that we rebuild our community, and everybody who wants to be in this community is able to get back here, because we miss you. I want to thank our city staff. They have gone through a lot through this time frame. They were evacuated from this building on the night of the fire, and I want to thank our neighbors and our neighboring cities that welcomed them in. Westlake Village, Camarillo, and Pepperdine stepped up when we had no other place for our staff to go. They opened up their classrooms, and they allowed them in to run an emergency operations center. So they were a great neighbor. I also want to thank all our mutual aid parties. Many of our neighboring cities and far-flung cities across our region have stepped up and come to Malibu despite the difficult travel situation, and they're helping out to work in our ESC to make sure that our staff has time off and they can get back to their also regular duties. And so it's amazing the community spirit that everyone has shown. I want to thank our local volunteers. We have our VOPs, we have our Arson Watch, we have our Community Brigade, we have CERT, and then the countless other neighbors who have just stepped up to help out. You've taken friends and family in, you've made sure people have food, you've taken care of people, made sure they've had clothing and such. So thank you to all that have made community spirit their #1 priority. I want to thank all our first responders. LA County Fire was amazing in this. I know people are disappointed in individuals, but they did an amazing job, and it was completely different than the Woolsey response. And so I think we all appreciate that they've learned the lessons and incorporated them. I also want to thank all the other fire departments from across the country that dropped everything. Volunteer firefighters, professional firefighters, they dropped everything. They got in their trucks and they came to the aid of Los Angeles County, and we can't forget that. I also want to thank our LA County Sheriff. They have worked exceedingly hard during this disaster and worked a lot of times 24/7. You can hear in the sergeant's voice when he gave his report the strain that this has put on their already understaffed department, but they are still doing great things for our community and being wonderful neighbors. I want to thank the National Guard. They have also stepped up and moved in and helped our community and supplemented our Sheriff's Department. And as I said, they've been polite, professional, and a good supplement to our public safety officers. The Red Cross, as usual, they always show up for every disaster, and they were here to help us once again, so thank them. I want to thank the Malibu Boys and Girls Club. They immediately stood up fundraising and other support for our community. They have mental health care and emotional health care, so I encourage everybody to reach out, whether it's the Red Cross, whether it's the Boys and Girls Club, whether it's friends, family, other places. Please take care of yourself. This is an incredibly difficult time, and it's very big trauma, and I want everybody to take care of themselves and get the help they need. I want to thank our residents. I did that already. Just be there for one another and help. Our business community. I would love to see somebody from our community step up and have a targeted fundraising for our businesses. They have struggled mightily over the last 7 years between Woolsey and COVID and everything else. They need our help. They're there for us. They make sure people get fed. They make sure people are taken care of. Please, please, as a community, let's be there for them. Specifically, Malibu Seafood was here. They had a question. Small Business Association has assured us that they are going to have resources for businesses and be able to apply for loans to help and such. So reach out to them. What I heard from the FEMA chief is apply, 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 appeal, appeal, appeal. So if you get a no, keep working on it and pushing that appeal through. And like I said, hopefully we'll get some local fundraising so that those can supplement any funds that you're able to get. There was a question about the cost of opting out. That's all going to depend on the structure that's being demoed, because they all vary. So you could have a very small house, you could have a large house. It could just vary. So that's something you're going to have to talk to the contractor that you're considering hiring, what they think that's going to be. The opt-in, it is paid for by the federal government, but if you have any debris coverage in your insurance policy, they will ask that you sign that debris coverage over to them as payment for that. William, you had a question about why 10%. We have a local coastal program, and that's what the exemption is for a natural disaster. That is regardless of the natural disaster. It's not just specific to Palisades or the Franklin fire. That's in our local coastal program plan, and that's what it's set at for. You can build back 100, 110%. That's what it's stipulated in there. The nuance is in...
Why not make it something else? No comment.
Yeah, we're not going to go back and forth. That's just what it's set for right now. There are other things that if you want to build a larger house, you get a different type of permit to go through the process. So there are options. You just have to make that selection for yourself. There was a question about sheriff infrared cameras. I believe they do have some type of a system in our mountains to help with radar and things like that. So they have deployed that. They deploy drones. There are a variety of other tools that they're operating in our mountains because of the uniqueness of it. I did want to encourage people who have homes still standing. The city offers a free home hardening inspection. Please reach out to the city. Also, our community brigade is also offering that service. If you haven't already taken advantage of one of those two things, they are incredibly helpful of coming. They come to your property, they look at everything, they give you a list of things that you can make improvements to your property so that it gives you at least another level of protection in the event when the next one of these is going to happen. There was a question about septic tank removal. We don't know. It's going to depend. You're going to have to hire a septic inspector to look at your system. And depending on the damage, what we found in Woolsey is sometimes they are crushed during either the fire or during possibly the debris removal system. So you may end up having to replace your system. We're going to be talking about that later on, about the process that you're going to have to go through if there is a replacement or if you want to make a upgrade to a better system. So, and the other thing I want to say about debris removal, this is going to be the last thing I say, I promise, that this event, 16 times the size of Lahaina. The federal government, the County of Los Angeles, the City of Malibu, we're all doing everything we can to make sure it goes as fast as possible. But this is an unprecedented size event for our community. And there are going to be times things are going to slowly to get stood up. But once they start with the EPA and then the phase 2 debris removal, I think it's going to go a lot faster than people are going to expect it to be. And if it's not, we're going to call the people that are going to make sure that it does and then make sure that the resources are here. So everybody take care of yourself, and thank you for your time.
Okay. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next. Okay. Thanks, Marianne. I'm gonna piggyback on all of her thank yous. Thank you to everybody. I really am grateful to everybody's hard work, the first responders, the second responders, everybody in the community. I have a lot of notes. So I have my own questions. I would like to know about the Chumash. Has anybody been in contact with them? I'd like an SCE town hall where we can have our own town hall with them. I would like a Caltrans town hall. There's been a few questions of my own, like how much a permit's going to be. In response to this, I am so sorry that you guys are going through this. We're all going through this. I'm going to support the residents here to rebuild better than what we've been doing with Woolsey. We need to be better. I feel like we have failed. I'm a resident here, so, when I hear that we're still trying to rebuild from Woolsey, it's pretty disgraceful. And it's unacceptable. And it's inexcusable. And we can do better, and we need to do better, because this is going to keep on happening over and over and over again. We're going to have people rebuild, and then we're going to have fires, and then it's just too much. It's too much of a cycle. So I support the rebuilding. I wanted to say that the OTS money, I want to make sure that we use that $460,000. I want to look into that, please. Norm Haney, totally agree. If anybody's trying to get water, can I say this? Is this too, well, I'm in agreement. If somebody wants to get a pool or a water tank on their property, let's let them. Okay, I have it. We have pumps. If you're looking to protect your property, let's not stop them. So I don't know, I know that the planning staff is spread thin, but let's try to figure out how to organize it so that it all makes sense for Malibu. If we are trying to stack our cards in our favor and control what we can, then let's allow that. Oh my God, the guy who called up breaks my heart. I wrote his name down. Andy Lyon, I agree with you, totally. Like the comms, I got the comms, but I have a lot of friends that didn't get all the alerts. I have friends in Big Rock that didn't know they were evacuating. I know that people say tsunami horns with the double pane glass. Let's try it. Like, if they're good for hurricanes, let's see what it sounds like. Let's try goats. Let's try these things. We live in Esha. I know that. I live in a big old park that other people control. Oh, and by the way, I just learned that Doug, or Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, appointed somebody to the MRCA without me knowing, or us knowing, Brian Merrick.
We did not appoint him.
He got sworn in an hour ago.
He got sworn in an hour ago. And let's be clear about this. Lloyd Ahern, our designee for the MRC advisory, is in the hospital, injured during the Palisades fire. So we needed someone there tonight. We did not have a meeting of the council. The Mayor Pro Tem and I got together and made a one-night request for an alternate member. And as we discussed, I can't say where we discussed it, this will be done on a permanent basis with someone else. Brian Merrick is tonight only.
Okay, good.
And he is filling in because one of the criticisms MRCA has given us is no one is there. Lloyd Ahern was not at the last meeting because of the fire warnings that night, and it was over at King Gillette Ranch. Had he been there, he would never have been able to get home. Yeah. So he notified him of that at that meeting, and at the Palisades fire, he was injured. He's been in the hospital, and he will probably not be able to return to his duties anytime soon.
I love Lloyd. My heart goes out to Lloyd. He lost his home.
And I just want to say, the reason it was Brian Merrick is because he is on the Public Safety Commission, and we thought that was an appropriate person to staff it.
Terrific. I just want to make sure that it's not permanent and that we all have a say in who represents Malibu with regards to MRCA, because we all need to have a say in that.
You certainly have that opportunity, and I believe we briefed you on this.
No, not that. Well, that, but not a rep for tonight. No. But that's okay. We're not going to argue up here. Malibu Seafood, small business. I love my small businesses. I agree with you. We got to do better. If we're going to have a city, we need small businesses. I'm a big fan of Malibu Seafood. The seniors, she left, but I'm working on a task force to help. Like, a big thing for what I heard from Saturday night was there's a lot of people with medical issues. They get their electronics turned off. They have no connectivity. I'm going to do a senior task force and medically sensitive or vulnerable. If anybody knows, you could get them in contact with me. Yeah, so I have so much more to say, and I'm so sorry for everybody's loss. We have to do better as a city. Juma J, I want your acronym sheet, because there's just so many acronyms. The maps you gave were great. Howard Rutsky, sounds like a good plan. Caltrans, we have to get Caltrans here. We have to know what PCH is. I'm getting texts. Is it open for residents? Is it not open for residents? Can the chef for Scott's Kitchen come in, So I'm all about supporting the residents and hoping that I don't have a lot of these answers, but Bill Rhodes, put it in an email and send it. Get these answers, send it. You did? Oh, hey, you're still here. Oh, we can't have a conversation. Send an email and let's get some answers. That's it for me, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Who wants to be next?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pick one.
Okay. Thank you to all the speakers, and I will echo the thanks to everybody and the remorse we have for the problems we had with this fire. It does, it breaks your heart when you sit up here and hear people saying, I spent 6 years and I still don't have a house to go into. We got to find a way to fix that. A couple of things. Thank you to all the speakers. Joseph Lozama asked some questions about how he navigates City Hall, so you got to make sure we get him an answer at some point in time. I don't want to let that go. Tom Torres, I agree with you. I got a call from a number of architects here in Malibu who suggested they're ready and willing to come in and try and help us out to try and make some of the stuff a little bit smoother. I think we should probably try and take advantage of that because, like you said, you've done this before. You guys have navigated a lot of this stuff. You can be helpful. The lady who talked about the subject matter silos, I think good idea, all right? The city's got to figure out how they're going to do that, but I think that, that process does give you a subject matter expert in each individual topic and may help us get stuff done a little bit quicker. I learned today that what the city is going to do, and I think it's been mentioned here a number of times, we're going to try and set up a group of people who are dedicated only to doing these rebuilds. So hopefully inside that group, we can have the subject matter experts and make this thing move a little quicker for everybody. Frank disclosure. The Franklin Fire disclosure of disaster that lady from Sarah Retreat was speaking about. Marnie, I'm not sure how to do that, but boy, that seems to be something we should be able to get done and help these folks out, because it's just not fair that they went through the same thing and a couple of weeks before this one, and they're sitting there, they're out of luck, and I don't think that's the right thing to have happen. A couple things, and I'm not going to go through all these tonight. I spent a fair amount of time over the last couple of weeks talking to people, all right? Getting some, either people who have been through the Woolsey fire, getting their suggestions of how we can make things better. And I'm just going to run through a couple of the things they've suggested to me. We'll talk about these maybe in future meetings, but, there's a lot of people that are homeless today. I mean, right, they're living in the South Bay. So somebody suggested what we should maybe do is cancel short-term rentals for the next couple of months, right? Get those off the market and turn those into permanent housing for some of these residents who have been displaced. I think it's a good idea. I may bring it up a little bit later. Restricting traffic on PCH. I don't know how fast we're going to be able to get PCH open, but I know there have been discussions if there's not some way that we can restrict. We're going to get a lot of looky-loos and everybody else coming into the city. And once they open it up to folks from 101 will be back in here again, there may be a way that we can restrict some of that traffic and just make sure it's flowing reasonably well for the residents who live here. They're replacing documents. Brush clearance. Just quick, I live on Malibu Knolls and was part of the Franklin fire. The front part of my house is on a hillside, and we brush clear about 250 feet. And I'll tell you what, it saved our house. I mean, the fire came around, it caught on, the brush got on fire, but we had religiously brushed it, cut it back, so it burned slowly, but it never got hot enough to burn the big trees we had in front of the house. So, I mean, I was watching it and saying, how lucky we were able to do that. Now, we've got, during the last couple of weeks, I've gotten calls from residents who live next door to somebody who has never cleared the brush, all right? And when I call up and try and get somebody to go over there and do something about it, there's nothing we can do. We can go to somebody and say, you got to clear your brush, but they don't have to do anything. We got to fix that. And we also got to go back and deal with the brush clearance and the defensible space, dealing with the MRCA, national parks, and all those guys. There's no reason that they can, put brush right next to your house and let it catch on fire and burn you out. So we got to fix that. And I'm hoping, all right, and at least my vision is when we get done with this thing, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. We can make the city better. We've got to be smart about how we rebuild these houses, how we create defensible spaces, how we deal with the brush around it, how we deal with the plants we're planting in there. If we don't do this, and someone else has mentioned it, this will happen again, and it will happen again, and it will happen again. And I don't know how many of these kind of meetings you folks want to be in. I've seen enough. So hopefully when we get, we'll be smarter and we'll do the right thing and make sure that when we're done, the people who are still in Malibu will have a safer environment to live in. So, Mayor, that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bruce, go ahead.
All right. So, we're all in pain, each of us in a different way. Some have lost family members. Even more have lost friends. Even more have lost homes. Everyone's been impacted. Absolutely everyone. Some people are angry. Some people are in trauma and shock. Fear, hopelessness, what's going to come next, despair, a raft of other emotions. And right now, this is one of the early stages of grief. A lot of the emotions are negative. Some people are numb, and there's a concept. Not only is there individual trauma, there's a concept called community trauma. When a significant portion of a community suffers individual trauma, the whole community suffers a trauma because we're all together. It's kind of like a fog of war, and we're not even beginning to come out of it. So. One thing I want to stress is the importance of doing nothing. And everybody wants to start doing something. Everybody wants their home rebuilt yesterday. These are important life decisions that have to be made. And I'm not a psychologist, I'm not your financial advisor or any of those things, but one thing I've learned is that when events like this occur and when we're in trauma and shock and all those other emotions, first thing we need to do is get our head straight before we can actually make intelligent decisions about how to proceed. And there's going to be a lot of roadblocks, and everybody wants to talk about removing the roadblocks and how they're going to be removed. First city council meeting I ever attended was the meeting after the first meeting after the Woolsey fire. And I stood up and I said, the most important thing you can all do is tell the residents what you can't do, what we're not going to be able to do. I don't know that list at this moment, but I assure you there are going to be many things that the city is not capable of doing. And I don't want to be here as a cheerleader suggesting that every problem is going to be solved from up here, because it's not. You're going to be competing for resources, and that's ordinarily difficult. It's compounded now with the fact that we've got, 5,000 homes destroyed? Not just here. There are going to be labor shortages. There may be tariffs that are going to affect pricing. Insurance companies, and we need to have a town hall about this, because the insurance companies are not your friend. They're your enemy. Their job is to not pay you. They'll tell you otherwise, but their job is to not pay you, or to pay you as little as possible. And they're going to send representatives to your house who are going to minimize your damage. This is for people whose houses haven't burned to the ground. They're going to minimize your damage. And there was talk earlier of green cards, houses that are safe to return to, and there are people who are clamoring to go back to their neighborhoods. Those homes are not safe. This is a toxic event for the community. And it's like 9/11. People are going to be suffering health consequences for years to come. Please don't rush back to your home just because your home did not burn. Paul Grisanti called in and said there's people that want to get back to their homes, there's people that want to move their furniture. That furniture may well be toxic. Your homes may be toxic. Toxins are going to be spread by the clearance that's going to occur in your next door neighbor's property. I mean, I don't want to sit here and be doom and gloom, but all is not going to be well for a while, and we need to wake up to that, and we need to all be prepared for a lot more pain before there's going to be relief. It's hard to believe the last time we met was just a few hours before the Franklin fire. And my home burned partially in the Franklin fire. And one thing I've learned, again, let's go back to insurance, is those who've lost their homes obviously have suffered a tremendous blow, and there's a huge emotional result from that. But for the most part, you're going to get a check from your insurance company after you fight with them for a while for your coverage, for your full coverage. And if you don't get every penny in your coverage from your insurance company, something's wrong. But those who have a partial loss are going to have a fight of their lifetime ahead of them. Those of you who've lost your homes, please don't waste your money right now hiring experts to get you your money, from the insurance company, because that's low-hanging fruit. You're going to be giving away a percentage of what you're going to get. Only after you hit a roadblock should you be thinking about that. But those who have partial losses, those who have smoke damage, and a better way to think of it is intrusion by fire debris, you're probably going to need the assistance of experts, because the insurance companies are expert in finding ways not to compensate people for those losses. And the other is, obviously there are some great lawyers and public adjusters out there. There are probably more that are terrible, and there are some that are fraudulent. And we need to be vigilant for that, and we need to be sharing information across the community. Now, I've been asking that we have a city council meeting since the day after the fire. I cannot believe that it's till tonight that we're having our first meeting where we're going to actually start making some decisions. We have to me, a very odd form of government here. I never saw anything like it when I was growing up on the East Coast. I'm used to when you have a mayor, and the mayor is the chief executive of the city. Here we have a city manager form of government. And as Howard pointed out, right now our city manager is not sitting up here. A lot of people expect a lot from the five of us. We don't have any power to do anything other than from this dais. And we don't have the ability to come sit at this dais unless the city staff calls a meeting. So we need meetings, and we need to have on the agenda what we're going to do under our California law, or else we're not allowed to do anything that's not on our agenda. It's ridiculous laws, and we're not allowed to talk to each other only 2 council members at any time are allowed to talk about a subject matter, and once they do outside the city council meeting, they can't talk to any other city council members. We're not allowed to make any decisions. We're not allowed to pre-plan. We're not allowed to organize. All we can do is rely on the staff to call a meeting, put on the agenda what it is we're going to discuss and make decisions on, and then for the first time, deliberate among ourselves as to what we're going to do. So if you think that we've been remiss in not doing more up till now, I mean, I think we have, but it's because we have had no legal ability to sit up here and begin to discuss what to do. Some specific things I'm going to talk about that people raised. I was going through my notes, and you know, I don't even have I usually have notes. I don't even have a printer because I went through this too with all you. So I have my notes written down. After the Woolsey fire, I had asked the city council to direct the staff to hire in-house expediters to help people who are going to be seeking to rebuild. And I'm hoping that we can get a consensus to at least bring that back as an issue to discuss, whether the city should hire expediters, not rely on it, not have to have you hire expediters, but have an in-house 1 or 2 or more expediters who will work with the staff as advocates for the residents rather than have the residents do that for themselves.
Bruce, before you go forward, let's put that up for a consensus to bring it back. And I'd like to expand on it, not just expediters, but as we talked about earlier, I'll call it a wish list of the staffing that the staff sees as being appropriate. And I think that should be one of the ones that are on there.
Well, I would say that one of the items we're going to do is talk about forming an ad hoc committee.
Right.
So perhaps we can have that as part of the discussion on that, and that could be some of the duties that ad hoc committee does, is forming that.
All right, I'm just going to throw these ideas out for now.
Okay, well, let's do this. Is it okay if we put that off to the item?
Sure.
7, whatever it is?
Sure.
7, 8?
Okay. Just, my thoughts are going to be a little wandering now because, like I said, I've been taking a lot of notes as people have been speaking. One of the things on insurance I want to talk about is California law. This was adopted by our legislature. It might have been at the time of the Woolsey fire or shortly before. California law provides that when a state of emergency has been declared as a result of a wildfire specifically, you all have the right, if your house has been totaled, to buy another house with the insurance proceeds. You don't have to repair your house. The insurance companies want you to think that you have to repair your house before they'll pay you for those repairs. But you have the right to buy another property of equal or greater value of your insurance limits. And then you keep your land, and you then own 2 parcels, and then you can make decisions in the long term as to what to do with your property. So people need to understand that. Another thing that I think we need to be doing is, we adopted an emergency we adopted a number of emergency declarations over the years. One was for homelessness, to get the encampments out of the hillsides because of fire danger. One is with respect to PCH. Under California law, when we adopt emergency declarations, we have broader authority to do things that we otherwise wouldn't be able to do. And we also are immune from liability if we happen to do something wrong. And I think we need to we adopted an emergency declaration just for the things that needed absolutely to be done during the fire, but I think we need to consider adopting another emergency declaration for the time that it's going to take to rebuild Malibu. And do things like somebody mentioned, cut off parking on PCH. The Coastal Commission will never let us do that in ordinary circumstances, but I think it's something we should be considering doing on our own. I mentioned earlier cutting off access to PCH for people that don't have a need to be going through the portion that's going to be 1 lane for a long time. I think we need to look into what we can do about that. Somebody mentioned canceling short-term rentals. Again, something that would normally require the Coastal Commission's approval. It may be that we can use the governor's emergency declaration and something we can do here to accomplish those kinds of things, and we should be exploring every one of those options. All right, so just to go through the people's questions and comments, let's see what I have written down here. Oh, the plus or minus 10%, and why not do a different thing? So, you know, just because we're in this situation now, our traditional issues haven't gone away. You know, and anyone who follows politics and development in Malibu knows that everyone in Malibu wants to do what they want with their property and wants no one else to do anything with their property, and that's not going to change now. The plus or minus 10% concept is, if you lost your home to a disaster, you should get your home back expeditiously. Get what you lost. But if you want to do something materially different, you're affecting your neighbors. And if that's why we're stuck with the 10%. And I'm not sure that's a bad thing. You have the right to apply to do something even grander, bigger. But when you do, remember, that puts a bigger strain on the staff because it requires analyses of whether those additional changes are appropriate or necessary. And it puts strain on your neighbors because your neighbors don't necessarily want different size and located homes around them. Ideally, this would not have occurred, and ideally, everybody would be living in the same homes they were living in before this occurred. And we want to make sure that everyone who wants to get back to where they were can get back to where they were as expeditiously, efficiently, and economically, and without having other people who come in and buy property or who just decided they want to do something dramatically different interfere with their ability to do that, or interfere with their views, or interfere with a lot of other things. So, I mean, that's the reason it's plus or minus 10%. Ideally, it might have just been identical, but the 10% is a little bit of leeway. But beyond that, you start getting into intrusion on your neighbors. And I agree. Look, my own personal views, I'd like to see the Franklin fire included in all of this, but there are a number of other people that want to see that too, and I'm hoping that something can be done about that.
The city did make the request that it be included. That was the direction at the follow-up meeting we did for the emergency declaration. So that did go to the governor's office. Okay.
Almost done here, sorry. Just bear with me for a moment. Oh, by the way, and Howard, I mean, we need, for the Franklin fire issue, we do need to get to the governor. A number of people have been trying to do that. So anyone, Howard, anyone else that has the governor's ear, that's going to be important, because that's the only thing holding up, including the Franklin fire in the emergency, is the governor needs to sign something that says so. He could do it with a stroke of a pen. The president would be great too. In fact, the president's going to be necessary for the FEMA piece of it, but to trigger the insurance benefits and other things that come from state law, we need the governor, and to trigger things from the federal government, we need federal law. And by the way, I watched the president's conference the other day, and he said that they were going to suspend all federal permitting requirements. So hearing the issues about the EPA being a holdup for the first phase of the cleanup, to me, is inconsistent with what the president said. So I don't know if anybody can look into that, but if the federal government is supposed to be suspending all permitting, I would think that means the EPA is out of the way. Just lastly, not yet. And if I haven't responded to everybody's comments, I apologize. There's so much tonight to deal with. The last thing I'll say is, and it was the last call, Andy Lyons' call about the property at PCH and Malibu Canyon. I do think we need to learn more about what happened there and what the conditions are for it being restored. Again, like I said, just because we're in a disaster and an emergency here now, I understand the need to do things expeditiously and differently, but that doesn't change the fact that this is still a precious place. And that our views and our environment all need to be protected at the same time as we need to get our residents back to their homes. And what was done to that lot at that corner is a travesty. We all know what happened to the one that's in front of City Hall here that was destroyed after the Woolsey fire, that remains covered in concrete to this day. And I fear that we're going to see the exact same thing at the corner of PCH and Malibu Canyon. And I fear we may see others like that going forward. And we need to be paying attention to that. And I would like to understand more about that. But tonight's not the night to learn that. And I apologize for taking so long. Oh, also, we need to talk about the schools. We need to do what we can to get our students additional hours, additional support, because they've lost so many days of school, and they're going to have to take standardized tests along with everyone else in the country, or at least everyone else in the state, but they're going to be behind the 8 ball with respect to those other students, and that's just not fair. And that's going to have lifelong consequences. So we need to do something about that. If there's anything that we have the ability to do, we need to prevail upon the school board to fix that. Thank you.
Mayor, excuse me, can I, 5 seconds of good news? Did I deliver that?
You can take a minute and a half for good news.
At the meeting on Saturday, the town hall meeting, there was a discussion about this phase 2 of the debris removal. And the gentleman was saying it's going to take him 2 weeks to put together the form that they have to sign to get your, the form was, our supervisor, Lindsay Horvath, squeezed his ears, and we got the form done today. So it can be done. Thank you, Mayor.
I have some good news, too. Can I?
Great.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm securing $750,000 for the brigade with the help of the council and mayor. I think we've got $1 million possibly for Lost Hills coming. Starlinks coming to Malibu schools. I went and spoke to the school board, and they were very receptive, but we did do equitable distribution, so they also got the Starlinks, because I learned that's how you have to work with Santa Monica. There's also some other things. Oh yeah, Wade Crowfoot came to Malibu. That's a secretary. That's Gavin Newsom's secretary, and we had a meeting with him, and it was very positive. So that is some good news. I can actually keep going, but Crawdaddy's mom, we've connected her to some residents in Malibu, and Bruce is talking to her, Carol, and she feels very taken care of by Malibu residents. So there is some good news here.
Just one last point. I talked about before about the toxicity. We all need collectively to work on finding out what is in the soil and in our homes. And because we don't want cancer clusters and other immediate issues in Malibu or anywhere else for that matter. But this is an emergent issue. Urban wildfires are a new thing, and they contain all kinds of things that historically have not been in fire debris. And again, I can't stress more. You don't go back to your home if you live somewhere where houses have burned all around you. It is not safe.
You know, if I wait long enough, everybody covers everything I want to talk about. Yes, to kind of follow in with what Bruce just said, you know, everybody says we've had wildfires forever. We have had wildfires forever, but we haven't had urban fires. And whether it's a Tesla burning up, throwing off lithium gas, or you're talking about asbestos or lead and so forth, this is the reason why in your return kits that the city has been providing, you get a Tyvek suit, you get goggles, you get gloves. This is very toxic, and all you have to do is look at 9/11 and see the impact from 9/11 on the firefighters and first responders that went in to do cleanups, and you realize what we're facing here. The phase 1 that's being proposed is not optional. That is a EPA mandate, and by the way, the county is managing the debris cleanup with the Corps of Engineers. And the phase 1 is required even for the Corps of Engineers to go on site because they know it's not safe. So they want to make sure it's safe before they go in. And you're talking about guys that, you know, Corps of Engineers, U.S. Army, they know what it takes to be safe. Let's take their guidance and realize that's what needs to be done. I also want to make a quick comment about this lot at the corner up here at PCH. Andy Lyons said I had something to do with it. It's not true. Nobody had anything to do with it except the CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE was rolling in here with equipment needs and needs spaces. Flat spaces, anything, the city isn't about to ask them for a permit as they come rolling into the city with their fire trucks and where they're going to park them. So they took over lots to be worked out later with the landlord. I don't know what the deal is, don't care what the deal is. But here's the other side. One of the things that CAL FIRE said at the Franklin fire, which will be repeated at this one, is they're required to do constructive restoration. So when they dig a fire break, they have to come back and put it back to the way it was. The same is true for these lots that they've graded. They're supposed to bring them back to the way they were. We would have had this lot in front of us cleared according to folklore, but it's been, an appeal was made, I think, about it. I don't know the details on it, but it's not that the lot owner didn't want it cleaned up. It just hasn't been able to be done yet. So that's not necessarily a true case of what we're facing at the other places with grading. They're supposed to be put back to where they were, including the fire breaks that were cut. These big D9 bulldozers, they cut a wide path, they're supposed to put it back. They're supposed to bring the same equipment back to do it. It's the reason why you're going to have fire people here for months doing restoration work, not just making sure the debris are cleaned up. As far as the Franklin inclusion goes, I believe Trevor made the comment, we've been actively asking for the Franklin fire victims to be included in this. There's about 20 of them. It seems like it's just a stroke of the pen. It hopefully can get done. We've asked for it to be done, and we'll make sure that if it can be, it will be. Comment was made about the ROE form. I want to make sure you know it's right of entry. Before they can do the phase 1 cleanup and the future cleanup, you have to have that form filled out. It's on the website. The colonel from the Corps of Engineers said first come, first serve. So if you want to get your debris cleaned up, get that thing turned into them right away. There was also a comment made about what are they going to do with the debris? One of the comments from Saturday night, I want to repeat from the colonel, was the county has assured him and has identified that there are places in the county to dump this debris, or if it's toxic, they've got places out of state to put it. I don't know how the other states feel about that, but that's supposedly where it's going. So lithium batteries in a burned up Tesla, they may be going to Nevada or somewhere. I don't know. Let's see, brush clearance. Somebody was made the comment that brush clearance needs to be done. It is, all you have to do is call your local fire station for brush cleanup around a residence, and it's the county agriculture department for open fields, except they don't apply to MRCA. Sorry about that. We're working on that too. Temporary housing for construction, while your house is under construction. We did that for Woolsey. It's apparently in part of the plan and part of the waivers that are being provided by the governor and Coastal Commission. We'll make sure that that's in there because you do need a temporary housing, especially if it's going to be you overseeing your house being reconstructed. It's very common during Woolsey. I know one of the planning commissioners, in fact, had a temporary housing on his house, a lot as it was being built. Let's see, short-term rentals. Before we get too eager to shut them off, not that I'm a big fan of them, but a lot of people that needed a home after they got burned out are in short-term rentals. So let's make sure that we don't shoot the people that are trying to be temporary until they can get other housing. I think it's a just idea, though, to maximize our residential space, and having something dedicated as a non-resident owned short-term rental probably is fair game for that. Let's see, Franklin inclusion, I did that. Return on equity form, phase 1, debris sites. We are going to have a professional town hall council. I want to make sure that the architects, the builders, contractors, whoever, we're going to bring everybody together to have a professional meeting. One of the things that you want to wait for a little bit on is until we get clarification about what the rules of the road are going to be to do the rebuilding. We're working on that right now with Coastal. As Councilmember Conrad said, we met with Wade Crowfoot. I actually had another meeting with him in Pasadena last Thursday. There was the president's meeting on Friday, but the one that probably counted the most for Malibu was on Thursday, where the governor signed the $2.5 billion grants for funding, and there's more to come. But we also had, it was the mayors of Pasadena, Sierra Madre, Los Angeles, and let's see, forget some of the other places that were there. But we were there to talk about what the state government can do, and the state government's going to be the driver for most of this. I saw Wade Crowfoot there, and almost every secretary in the governor's cabinet, we had a personal one-on-one as well as the Senate Pro Tem President and the Speaker of the Assembly, plus other people in the legislature, as well as the governor and all the secretary staff. We're working from the top down on trying to do your rebuilds. This is not just us holding our hand asking for things. We're working diligently and advocating from the top of the food chain all the way down, especially at the state level. But I also want to bring up something that was mentioned here just a minute ago about the staff. Your city staff has been in an emergency operations center, either the Franklin fire or this fire, almost every day since the Franklin fire, that the city hall or the city's been on operation. This has been a terrible demand on that staff. There's about 100, 120 employees. It takes 15 to 18 people to staff our emergency operations center and run the city in an emergency mode. Everything else came to a grinding halt. And your staff has worked at this in a true dedication. I've been in that emergency operations center almost every day, watching them there, and many times it was 24/7. We had to bring in people on mutual aid. You hear about mutual aid from the fire department. This was mutual aid for the city staff to help, so that we had a force multiplier for public works people and so forth. It has been a real inspiration to see how dedicated these people are. Sometimes people make comments about, oh, they just work here. They don't care about the city. These people cared about this city as though it was their house that was at risk or their house that needed to be rebuilt. It's been a real dedication by them. And I want to compliment as well our assistant city manager and our deputy city manager for all their hard work. It culminated Saturday night. We had over 600 people at Malibu High School, including an overflow to the library. We were there for 5 hours, had almost 100 speakers. We had a panel, unlike Woolsey, we had a full panel with people to answer questions, and we tried to answer them right there, plus afterwards. As I said before the meeting, this was a session not to hear kumbaya about the great job we did or anything else. It was to feed information to our residents and to make sure that we could take care of whenever they said, what about me? We wanted to make sure we could answer that question, and we're continuing to do it now. We don't have all the answers. We're going to try and get them for you. A lot of things are still in the works. We're not going to promise things we can't deliver, but we are going to try and deliver everything we promise. And that's our goal here. Lastly, I want to mention about the employees here in Malibu. You know, we think about the residents and we think about the homes. Every one of us has an interaction in this town we live in with people who depend on working in Malibu. The Chamber of Commerce figures there's probably about 1,000 people that work here that don't have a job here today. And that ranges everywhere from the wait staff to the person who is washing dishes someplace, or they're a clerk in one of the retail stores, or wherever they might be, the laundry, the dry cleaners. Everybody is looking for a job, in effect. We've got to get PCH open so we can get visitors into this town, but we also need to make sure that our locals are shopping local and doing everything they can to help the people that are here. So when we're going to go diving now. Every time you have an opportunity to shop local, please do. And I mean that whether you're going to Anawalt instead of Home Depot, or you're trying to figure out what you're going to have for dinner tonight, go to Malibu Seafood or go to one of these other places. Help your local people and keep them open. And for the employees, we've identified places where they can get money. And by the way, cash is king. As a former banker, I will tell you, nobody went out of business because they lost money. You go out of business because you're out of money. So we need to make sure we keep these people as liquid as we can. FEMA has grants. SBA has grants. And as Bruce said, or someone over here said, keep asking, keep asking. The Chamber of Commerce has got some grants. So does the Red Cross. So feel like if you're an employee and you don't have any money, FEMA has an immediate handout of $770 if you're affected by a wildfire. You just have to prove that you're affected by it. So if you're an employer, try and get your employees to places where they can get some cash, and for yourself, see about getting some money too. I think Mary Ann made the comment, We've been straining these businesses since Woolsey. Some of them have SBA loans from Woolsey. They've got COVID. They've had landslides, then Franklin, and now this. These people need our help. These are your neighbors. They may not live next door to you, but they've got a business next door to you, so try and help them out, okay? That's all I had.
So there was one question that I wrote down that I forgot to answer that I think is important, or at least Steve Weissman asked about whether we would be supportive of converting office buildings to lodging, at least temporarily, if not long-term. And I think that's something that we should include on our list of things to talk about down the line, because it would also help us with our affordable housing requirements.
Exactly right. And I think we made the comment before that it's a lot better to take an existing building than to put a new one in. And I think our office vacancy rate is somewhere between 50 and 70%. So there's a lot of vacant space. Joe.
Yes, Mayor and members of council, I wanted to provide you and the community with some recent information we just got from a meeting tonight. But first, I wanted to thank you and the rest of the council for your comments and your support of staff. And I'm just an extension of the team. And we have an amazing team here that most of us haven't taken a break because we love this community and we care about it. And we want us all to grow together, stronger, rebuild, and be resilient. So I thank you for that. But we did have, but in that vein, our team has been working around the clock, and we were part of a FEMA EPA meeting tonight that just ended shortly ago. And they have heard our voices loud and clear, and so have our legislators. And as we've been talking about our EOC recovery team, we have different staff dedicated to different areas, and Yolanda's heading up the debris area and doing a great job of that. And we just got word that the EPA plans to finish the phase one debris hazmat cleanup by the end of February. And they also have the right of way. We mentioned that the right of entry permits will be available tomorrow at 6 a.m. and those need to be returned by March 31st. Okay. So it's positive news.
And remember what we said, first in, first out. So get those ROE forms in. And once you get that done, then you get in line for phase two, and you can do phase two yourself with the guidance from the county and the Corps of Engineers, or you can have them do it. And just a reminder, if the Corps of Engineers do it, it's no money out of your pocket. And that may be helpful if your insurance doesn't have a separate rider for it, or if your insurance doesn't cover it at all. Okay? With Mary Ann.
I just wanted to follow up on that. So there's been some questions if you have to wait to submit in your plans until after your debris removal is done. You don't have to wait to submit your plans. Where there might be a question is what improvements will need to be done if your foundation does need to be removed, or if there's things, engineering that needs to be done to your plans. That may cause a delay because you need to find out what the actual results are of any testing that's done to your foundation. But you certainly can be meeting with staff as soon as the rebuild area is open for the city, and you can start talking to them and getting that ball rolling while you're also doing the debris removal. So it's not a consecutive thing. It can be done concurrently.
Not consecutive, concurrently. All right.
Do you have an answer about what he can do for?
Yes, absolutely. We are still going to be as helpful as we possibly can. If you have questions of other areas, we will be there to help, and all departments are still helpful and still available, just for the time being, and hopefully only for a short amount of time doing appointment until we can get to a little more stable state with our emergency ops.
I think one of his questions was whether or not, if he gets an appointment with one department, if he'll be able to also schedule appointments in that same time frame with the other departments too.
Yes, we'll be available, and if you make an appointment, another question comes up for another department or something along those lines, we'll be as available as we can be.
Okay. All right. Well, let's take a quick break until 9 o'clock. We'll return here and we'll get started with item 7A at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you gonna rebuild? Yeah, I'll probably. Give me a call and Don will help you. Get you back as fast as we can. Peter, I'm gonna sit down here. I'm tired of listening to you.
Paging Halen Conrad. Please return to the dais. There she is.
Okay, time to get back in business here. Bring the council meeting back into order. Next order of business is item 7A. And with that, we'll start the staff report. Tyler.
One second, Mayor. All right. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council members. This next item before you is a proposal to initiate a local coastal program amendment and a zoning text amendment to help facilitate this rebuild process. So just some background, there have been 3 fires that you all know that have happened over the last 3 months, 3 fires that have affected Malibu. On November 6, 2024, the Broad Fire broke out and damaged or destroyed at least 4 properties in Malibu. On December 9th, 2024, the Franklin Fire broke out and damaged or destroyed at least 38 properties in Malibu. And then on January 7th, 2025, the Palisades Fire broke out and damaged or destroyed at least 700 properties in Malibu, and they're still counting. So I'm going to begin with the recommended action this time because it's going to serve as the objective for tonight and also explain what this item is and what it isn't. So what it is a recommendation to initiate the LCPA ZTA as mentioned that will help facilitate the rebuild process. It is also a recommendation to bypass Zoraces and direct the Planning Commission to schedule a public hearing on these amendments. What this is not is the actual amendment language. Staff has identified some areas of concern that I will mention briefly in this presentation, but the actual language amendments will come back first to the Planning Commission and then to this council for consideration. So earlier this month, the Governor of California issued Executive Order N425. This order suspended the California Environmental Quality Act and the California Coastal Act to the extent that they would normally apply as long as it meets certain criteria. And that criteria is that the rebuild structure must be substantially in the same location, does not exceed 10% the original size or height. Oh, are you guys okay with us not having a presentation up there?
Well, only some of our iPads are working.
Yeah.
No, it would be helpful for the public.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
missing the ones behind you.
There we go.
Do you
want me to go back or you guys keep going?
Keep going.
All right, so this criteria, as mentioned, the structure must be substantially in the same location, does not exceed 10% the original size or height, and must be legally established before the fire. So the governor has also since issued additional executive orders that provide further relief from these requirements, and the deliberations between our city staff and the California Coastal Commission staff are already underway. So some areas of concern in our local coastal program to date are shown on this slide here. The one main thing is on-site wastewater treatment systems. They can only be replaced in kind up to 10% increase in capacity under the current CDP exemption laws. Anything beyond 10% requires a de minimis waiver. If you are in the appeal zone, which is the entire coastline and waterways within Malibu are in the appeal zone of the California Coast Commission, you would need a CDP as of current, Coastal Development Permit. Along the coast, those OWTS upgrades may also need shoreline protection devices, and those shoreline protection devices, as of current, will require a CDP. Another issue that we've identified is the FEMA flood zone. So current FEMA standards may require that the rebuild structures raise their finished floor elevations to that of something greater than was present before the fires. And so we're kind of playing with language, working with Coast Commission staff on an LCP amendment that may give some relief for that in case you do have to raise your finished floor to meet FEMA standards and you're not squeezed by that height limitation. Another issue within the LCP that we've identified is the geologic hazard areas. So Big Rock, Calle de Barco. We're looking at relief for residents in those areas who, the code requires that you relocate in the same location, but relocating in the same location might not be the best and most safest practice in those areas. And so we're exploring options to allow people to rebuild the same size that they had, but maybe in a slightly different location that is ultimately safer on their property, as long as it still does not impact other coastal resources or neighboring private property rights like primary view determinations and things like that. So in terms of the Malibu Municipal Code and zoning text amendment, the simple fix, if you will, to expedite this process is to allow rebuilds, all rebuilds, under a planning verification. So a rebuild plus 10% in line with the governor's orders is already exempt from a coastal development permit, as I mentioned, but right now PVs, planning verifications, are only allowed for Woolsey Fire rebuilds. So if someone was to come in today to take advantage of the 10% exemption, CDP exemption, they would need to apply for an administrative plan review. And as a lot of these applicants can attest, APRs can be a little bit more time consuming. They can they do require a notice of decision, which is more paperwork and can slow down the process. So ultimately we have some challenges in our current code language that can be amended to better expedite and facilitate this rebuild process. Definitely great news coming out of the governor's office that are in line with some of the things we mentioned here tonight. And so our recommended action for you to consider is adopting Resolution 2506 to initiate this LCPA amendment and the zoning text amendment that will help facilitate this rebuild process, and also allowing us to bypass Zoraces and go straight to the Planning Commission to schedule a hearing on this matter. And we're available for any questions.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So did the governor's executive order suspend the Coastal Act with respect to like for like plus or minus 10%, or only suspend the need for a coastal development permit?
Basically, it suspended them for, and Trevor, feel free to weigh in more, but it suspended it for where it would normally apply. So if you normally needed a CDP for whatever reason, he suspended it in that vein.
But does it simply suspend the CDP requirement, or does it suspend the Coastal Act with respect to the like for like?
So I believe the intention is to, for any project to repair, replace, demolish, restore, any type of that project, it removes the requirement to apply for an exemption, to apply for a permit, any review procedure. So basically, all the procedures put into the Coastal Act.
So since our LCP is part of the Coastal Act, why doesn't it also remove the PV or whatever those things are as well? Because that's part of the Coastal Act requirements.
The PV?
Planning verification.
Yeah.
The planning verification is a municipal code requirement. That's not a coastal development permit requirement. So
why do we need a local coastal program amendment to get rid of it?
We're not getting rid of the planning verification project. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, Councilmember, the goal too is to not have to do this every time. So a part of this LCPA amendment and the zone text amendment is to make us more resilient in the future, so we don't have to come back and do this lengthy LCPA process every time. After Woolsey and now after this fire, we're basically going to cover almost, if not all, the terrain in Malibu. And so if we get something in our LCPA that is long-standing, it'll just make this process a lot easier, and people can start today rather than waiting.
Okay, but so that would go long-term, but can't we just simply amend the municipal code with the stroke of a pen, and then that would eliminate the city's restriction, and then we can work on getting rid of it for the future under the Coastal Act, but the Coastal Act's been suspended for the like-for-like rebuild, so if the only thing that's an impediment to the efficient, expeditious rebuild of a like-for-like is our municipal code, why do we need to go through the Coastal Commission at all?
I would say this is probably a legal matter, but it's probably better for protection. In the Woolsey, and you guys can, I think it's a great argument. And if we could do it that way through an interpretation, saves us a whole lot of time, right? But I think if you do it that way, there's more subjectivity left, and people can build maybe outside what they were allowed to. And what are the limitations regarding the OWTS and the seawalls that may be necessary?
I'll also say the terrain is changing rapidly on this. When the original order came through, there was some dispute about whether this was just mentioning, whether the governor's order was just identifying the exemption that already existed for like plus 10% rebuild, which has a series of interpretations by coastal staff and others that limit the extent of that and how it's applied. His new order that just came out today is indicating very clearly that it's broader than the exemption. It is not meant to reference that exemption, but it is supposed to be an order that is suspending these requirements in the Coastal Act for these types of projects. The initiating this today allows us to bring forward anything necessary. If we can, obviously proceed under the governor's order, that is faster. It will not take the time for an LCP amendment. This initiation here allows staff the flexibility to bring any options to facilitate these rebuilds to the council in an expeditious fashion.
I understand we're not talking about the amendments themselves tonight, but do we have the power to provide that if you do a like-for-like exact, not plus or minus 10%, but use the same footprint, same height, same everything, that you can just do it on self-certification?
What do you mean by self-certification?
If the law is you're allowed to rebuild like for like, why would you need to go through anything to do your like for like? Why can't you just replace your house full stop without getting permission to do it if that's what the law says you can do?
There's a process for you to be exempt under the Coastal Act, but there's still a process of providing the information to demonstrate that you qualify for the exemption, and then that needs to be filed and then reported to the Coastal Commission. That's a requirement, for it.
Okay.
Mary Ann.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Tyler, how soon do you think we'll see these amendments come back to us?
I already have a lot lined up. I think a lot of stakeholders have some ideas. So we'll be willing to we're open ears and willing to listen to those ideas, but I'm ready to go whenever.
Yeah, I'm just concerned. I mean, if we're sort of giving people an overview of stuff they can do, and I've had the opportunity to work with a bunch of architects in Malibu and given the opportunity to have their own interpretation of what it means. I'd like to avoid that, right? Because you don't want to have someone pay somebody to design a house only to find out later on that we disagree with their interpretation of how they should do it. So the sooner we can get it back, so everybody's working from the same piece of sheet music, I think the better off we're going to be. So,
Mary Ann?
Not ready yet.
Okay. Tyler, first off, I know you guys hustled this up. This was done on the fly, and nice work. That's all I got to say is you guys worked really hard to get this out. Thank you very much. The city appreciates it, and this is a key step for us. I also, going back to the comment about things are changing, I think everyone that I've talked to at the state level is willing to do whatever it takes to move this forward. So it is a fluid field, because if something comes up that needs a legislative action or another clarification from the governor, it doesn't seem like it's hard to get. It's pretty fast and responsive. So your amendments and everything are great, but we need to be on the latest version of the sheet music, as Councilmember Urian would say. One thing I didn't see in here that I heard from Chief Maroney was that there's latitude for us to pick up the authorization for fire items. Is that, and what I'm talking about there is flow restrictions and some of the other issues. Is that something we want to build into this, or is that another resolution?
Mayor, before the council goes too far.
Yeah, I know. I'm just asking a question before we get into the public questions.
Yeah, it's definitely something we can explore. We're going to have meetings with the fire department to see what we can do to help further harden our communities. But our goal just for this first draft was just to get people back in their homes as fast as possible. So
Okay.
that's kind of where we started.
I know, but I was just thinking that the fire approvals would be another way to accelerate that, because it would be under our authorization. You wouldn't have to wait for the fire marshal to make a decision. But we can put that on a future resolution, which now the city clerk has reminded me that we need to get to public comments. So let's start off with that. I have some slips here in front of me, and I would remind everybody, if you don't turn it in by now, we're not gonna listen to it. So let's, if you got anybody left, this is it. Last call. I don't give them ideas. All right, Joseph Leseman is first. Lozama. Sorry, I have butchered your name every time. I'm sorry about that. And then Norm Haney. I'm just going to say Joseph. Come on up.
That's fine with me. Yeah, thank you. So Joseph Lozama, again, doing businesses, formative CA. I agree that Tyler did a great job getting this staff report presented to the city council as quickly as possible. I'd like to request, or just add a request to provide clarification on a few items. So the foundations out there right now are surrounded by toxins and debris. We've heard that there's going to be phase 1 and phase 2 of this debris removal. In my experience with Woolsey, those foundations and those septic systems were damaged, crushed, deemed to be inadequate for the rebuild. So I don't know, and I don't know how to advise my clients on their options. It feels like if we leave the foundation in place, we're going to have to come back with an application to at least underpin, if not build, brand new. I think there should be a lane in these amendments that clarifies that, or makes it easy for these foundation pieces, if not foreseen at debris removal, to be added later in the process. Additionally, yes, CEQA and the Coastal Act are muted by the governor's order, but the Malibu Municipal Code has language about finished floor elevations for beachfront properties, and that's our holding point. That's our zero on the beachfront. A lot of those homes are configured to be lower on the beachfront right now, and FEMA and the finished floor elevation requirements, they may bump up 5-7 feet, I'm not sure. But it just feels like with that requirement, I'm trying to fit 100 or 110% of what was lost into an 80% box. And I don't, I would like to request clarification on how that 10% will be measured, or even that 100% rebuild will be measured. And lastly, people want to have options for temporary housing that are more than just the chassis-based temporary housing. So if they're modular, if they're prefab, if they can just be taken off before the primary residence is given a certificate of occupancy. These are amendments and zone text changes that myself and clients would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Norm Haney is next, and then after Norm, we have Louis Tina.
Good evening again, council members. At about 1 o'clock today, I got a notice that basically indicated what the city attorney just said, that it wasn't 10% that the Coastal Commission was talking, well, not the Coastal Commission, Governor Newsom was talking about. There was no limit on that you simply do not have to go back to the California Coastal Commission. So I would like the city attorney to make sure that he gets each one of you that revised interpretation, something different than Steve Hudson mentioned Saturday night in that meeting. The final thing I want to make sure that I hope I get across is I think it's just as important to protect existing houses against future fires by taking action now with regard to tanks and firewalls and those kinds of things. Not new houses, existing houses that are under construction need to be protected at the same level as the rebuilds. Thank you very much. If I made a mistake, city attorney, let me know.
As Trevor, he knew what you were talking about in terms of.
I think Nor's just referring to the new order that came out today.
And what does that say?
It just says it confirms that for projects that are within a 10% of the prior project, that they should not need to apply for an exemption, a coastal development permit, and so forth.
Okay. All right. Lewis is up next, and then Reagan Shearer. Sure.
Okay. Hello again.
Just gave her Senate
I don't know.
So I have a question regarding to what Marianne just said about being able to concurrently take care of the debris removal and get going with the permits. So during the Woolsey fire rebuild efforts, for the PV approval in the planning phase, we all need a topographic survey, right? It's a way for us to check what was there before, the ruins, the footprint, setbacks, location of the septic tanks, and so forth. So surveyors are not going to be able to get there until the debris are removed. So this means that we won't be able to get the PV approved in planning phase until the debris are not resolved, which again pushes everything forward. So maybe there's a way, and I discussed this with Tyler, that we can, find a way to have a green stamp on a boundary map or something that we are able to find from the previous permits. And then during the rent stamp process, we certify with a proper survey that everything was in place. Then my second point out of 4 is the history of the 10% from my conversations with LA County Incorporated people is not that you get a bonus, is that the way they measured the existing structure sizes previously could not account for the exterior thickness of the walls. Now the way we measure TDSF and existing square footages include the thickness of the exterior walls, and maybe the way the old permits show that information is less. So this is a way kind of meeting in between, so plus 10%, that will give for sure the right to applicants to build what they had and no room for interpretation. I'm going to insist again. I actually did call the office of Lindsay Horvath the week before Franklin fire, because every time I go to the fire department to follow up on my applications, poor Rudy Marine, he's alone right there. He's a sad guy, he's alone, he doesn't get any help. We guys, the constituents here pay for the LA County to review our plan, so they need help. He has like a 40 project line in front of him, imagine right now, right? So I'm sure that Chief Nick Duvalli is already staffing up and getting this for us. Same for the city of Malibu. Also, Akash for a few years was the only guy in the city. He's a contract planner assigned to the fire rebuilds. And yeah, so we need more people that know the code. And lastly, again, thinking creatively, right? Like, this is a disaster, and then we know how we're in emergency mode right now, but maybe we can be creative and help the victims with allowing them to build pools as a de minimis waiver. And also, why don't we even think further and try to find a way to also allow them to get ADUs right there, so they can pay, or they can find a way to make up for the income loss and the mortgages with some extra income with ADUs. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Reagan Shearer? Shar. Don Schmidt. I'm going to start going by first names. Don, you're next.
Just Regan. Last time I was here, you guys, it was a much more joyous occasion. You were celebrating my son of the Olympics, and I didn't get to thank you, so thank you for that. That was really nice. But I am here because my husband and I have been building houses in Malibu for a long time, and we've learned a lot from the Woolsey fire. And I think there's a lot of people that came before and said a lot of this to you, but I think there's a lot of people that have boots on the ground that really can help you try to figure out this next phase. Because there's so many things that go into building a house. And what we need to remember always is none of these people signed up to build a house. And just to have to pick paint and doorknobs and all that stuff is just a million questions that they never expected to have to do. So you're going to have to go through it, Bruce. So it's a lot to ask of someone. And so I'm thinking that you talked about a town hall meeting where you're going to meet with the professionals in the town, and there's so much information that we can all pass on to you to help you make this process easier. The changes in the planning codes are going to be perfect, and I think that that'll help people be able to go forward. But the process is once a permit is issued, the issue is that no set of plans that ever goes into planning or to building and safety is perfect. And once the contractor gets a hold of it and it goes into construction, there's changes. And I think that what's happened now is that it's really hard to get those changes approved. And that's a process we need to talk about with you guys once someone gets into the building phase of being able to move them through. We're still building houses for people 6 years after the Woolsey fire. And it looks like there's a lot that's been learned and there's all these committees that are going to be formed. But I would encourage you to also lump those Woolsey fire people into that. And I think on Saturday night, you talked about how there's going to be a group that they're going to be able to walk into some room and there's going to be one person dedicated to that. You should let the Woolsey fire people also be a part of that, because those people, it's been 6 years and some of them don't even have permits and some of them are still just trying to get, like I had to change this wall because an inspector told me I have to change it or an engineer said I have to change it, but it goes into the planning department and everyone's so understaffed. And okay, I got 30 seconds. This is my big pitch here right now for Yolanda. Yolanda, it used to be where Vic Peterson was over planning and building and safety. We need one person over both that can look down on it and make decisions. And it can't just fall into some area and then the other area is not talking to each other. So that's really what needs to happen to be able to get people through the planning, through building and safety, get their permits, and then get them to build. There used to be, one last thing, there used to be a guy at the counter named Daryl, and you used to be able to go to him and make a change over the counter. So that's what you need to help. But anyway, I'm here to help all of you. I really am. I'm here to help you, and we will give you as much knowledge of what's going on and help you as much as we can. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Don, and then Wade.
Council members, Don Schmitz. Exemplary work, leadership, fantastic first city council hearing. And here we are with the proposed local coastal program amendment. And your staff's done an excellent job as well. And as you know, I've been very concerned about the other things that have to happen for somebody to rebuild their house beyond the 110%, the 10% addition, or just at 100%. And your staff, the report that they've written is hitting on all the salient points as it pertains to shoreline protection devices, which will be necessary to rebuild the septic systems, et cetera. Steve, the timing under the Woolsey fire was 3 months. You got it to the Planning Commission in the first month, City Council second month, in front of the Coastal Commission the third month. So if we move it along, that would be the timing. Bruce, your comments were very important in regards to why do this. And I think that some of the testimony that you've heard tonight is really illustrating why. Just objectively, we did the best we could under Woolsey, but it was not necessarily a completely cooperative process with the Coastal Commission. So they required the de minimis waivers for the septic systems, and That's why some of the Woolsey rebuilds still haven't been finished. Additionally, one of the things that's left out in the staff report that I think we need to pick up the slack on is on the inland properties. Another problem with what we did with the LCP amendment with the Woolsey fire victims was they still had to process a permit if they had to bring their access road up to fire department access standards. It's true that the direction that the leadership is taking here in the state of California is to just exempt all of that from a coastal development permit. And that is happening because of your leadership, council members. I am very clear on who you've been meeting with and how vigorously you've been pursuing this. That being said, if we are going to make sure that this is something that is applied to all fire victims across the board in the city of Malibu, then we need to amend our local coastal program, because our local coastal program as it stands right now is still requiring past fire victims to go through the CDP process to upgrade their access roads and their septic systems. And I would ask you also to add specifically one other aspect to the exemption criteria in the local coastal program amendment, which is that should the fire department require on-site water storage tanks to make up for a deficiency in the water system, which we all know upgrading Water District 29 is going to take a lot of money and many years, and if the fire department requires a 10,000 or 20,000 gallon water tank on their property to make up that deficiency, that should also be exempt from the coastal development permit process. So with that, again, I just want to close with saying how very impressed I am with the efforts of your staff and you, council members. Fine job.
Thank you. Wade, you're up next. And after Wade is Scott Dietrich.
Right, I mostly said my say the other day at Town Hall, but a few things specific to the city. Echoing everything Don just said, I think it's important that we keep our eye on the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law. It's very easy to get caught up in building codes and all this kind of stuff, and ultimately we're not rebuilding homes, we're rebuilding people. We're rebuilding this community. And all of us are going to be judged by how we handle this moment. All of you, this amazing staff, everybody here, everybody in this town, everybody in Los Angeles. This is historic. I don't think we've wrapped our heads around the magnitude of this historic moment. And we're going to be judged by this, by how we rise to this occasion. We can lead where LA County and LA City can't. There are thousands of homes that were lost in unincorporated Altadena, unincorporated Malibu, and in the city of Los Angeles. They don't even know where to begin. And we can pace what they do for those people here because we're small, we're agile, and we're together on this. And I love this, and I applaud all of you for what you're doing. To emphasize the spirit of the law, I want to talk about some neighbors of ours who lost their home on the 7th with the permission of the family. Bob and Emily Cable, 6-decade residents of Big Rock, raised 5 children in their home. And Emily's dad built the house. At one point, Emily's mom lived also in Big Rock. Her brother lived in Big Rock. I don't know of any other family that had 3 homes in Big Rock at one point. And when their son James lost his daughter to cancer, they built a bench on the ridge overlooking Big Rock next to what we call the Wave Cave. It's a prehistoric ocean-carved little cave where people hike up to and they sit and they look at the mesa. And James's daughter loved sitting up there. So they built a bench in her honor with a plaque after she passed from cancer. And that bench survives. The fire didn't burn the bench. I got pictures from the family today of James up there. And when I saw Bob and Emily, they're both in their 80s, at a memorial for a common friend just about a week ago, Emily looked at me tearfully and she said, "I hope we live long enough to see it rebuilt." And that gutted me. That's what I want staff to focus on, not the codes. There's got to be some leeway here. A lot of these oldest homes on the beach and in Big Rock and Las Flores, they were built so long before cityhood, they may not have plans. There might be a card on file. We may not have anything but some photos to know what was there before. So I would plead with staff to just give these people some leeway, give them some latitude to help them get back in their homes, because ultimately we're here to rebuild people. Multiply the story of the Cables by 700. Every one of these homes has a story, has a family behind it. So let's keep them in our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Wade. All right. Next up, Scott Dietrich, then Heather Michaels.
Hi again, and thank you, Wade. I'd like to talk about protecting the homes that are still standing, not even in the fire areas. Marianne addressed the fact that we need to harden our homes. Maybe this is an opportunity right now to somehow incorporate the home hardening that we know is effective. In our little neighborhood and 2 private streets, we lost about 60% of the houses. But the ones that had the home hardening inspections had followed the advice and were aggressive in doing fuel management and making sure embers couldn't get in, survived. And did they all survive? No, some of the houses I inspected as an NFPA inspector did not. But most of those, I could have told you beforehand they were going to burn. There was some vulnerability. We have 3 expert guys at the city who will inspect for free. We have our fire brigades. And guys, we don't have to lose so many homes. We just don't. I don't know if there's a way of mandating that people do these kind of things. That Norm and I were talking, he said, hey, you know, we impose speed limits, why can't we do that? I don't know if that's the direction we want to go, but for all those listening, that if you haven't had the home hardening inspection, get it done. It's 45 minutes, it's free, and you can save about 85% of the houses. We don't need to see the rest of our city burn. And maybe now is the time that, you know, for changing the LCP to somehow incorporate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Heather's next, and then Joe Drummond.
Hello again. So I think also when some folks had mentioned fuel management, there's been some great discussion there, and that's something to maybe look into a little bit more. The fire brigades and some of the other different organizations that can be a sense of support, I think is so valuable. You know, and expanding on some of those amendments, you know, I know there's a lot of bureaucracy in getting some of these things done, but keeping an open mind and being able to work with some of those additional local folks that are offering their services and that have so much value to add would really help the communities feel like things are moving in, you know, the direction forward, and they're going to move forward regardless. But maybe incorporating some of those additional resources and options will really help. You know, there's been so much discussion on the devastation and the heartbreak and the families that are just in so much pain and mourning. It's wonderful that there's these resource centers and the where the FEMA is, the 80 agencies, they've been so incredibly helpful. But again, there's a lot of the community that isn't even aware that that's there. You know, they know that there's some sense of FEMA, but getting that information out is really critical. And, you know, I'm on our neighborhood council, which, as you know, is an extension of the city council. I'm over in Encino, but I work in the greater Los Angeles area. We've been through these fires over and over and over again. So, you know, I've, you know, spoken to some of you folks and said, like, utilize us to get that message out. We're all Angelenos. We work together. All we care about is our community and helping folks to feel whole again. And, you know, we do see the, you know, exhausting and extensive work that you are all doing, and it's so deeply appreciated. And for the first responders and the firefighters, and on every level from A to Z, they've been amazing. So I again just want to extend for our communities and neighbors how much we really appreciate you guys. And I know it's a team effort. We're all working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joe Drummond, then Pete Weger.
Thank you again. Big Rock has been working around the clock to get information and get things ready for our rebuild committee, which is full of intelligent, committed members of our residents. And then we have Big Rock, who's full of passion and determination to rebuild quickly and seamlessly. Big Rock's rebuild committee has been consulting with Yolanda Bundy, and I've spoken to Trevor because we have different covenants, conditions, and restrictions in our neighborhood for height, because there's all these views, and like Emily lives behind me. If I suddenly build 18 feet from my 14-foot house right now, I'll block her view, so that's not good. So we are working on an emergency overlay district for our community, so that maybe, and hopefully we can work with Tyler or someone on the staff when it becomes more full. I mean, it's getting there. We're going to go over it. But we should have a draft that we'd like to work with a city staff member and help us flesh it out and have our community vote on it in the next few weeks so that we can come back to you in a month with a proposal to adopt to help fast track our rebuilds and not cause any further delays with primary view determinations, neighbor disputes, and all of this. So this, I think there was a height restriction also in Ventura after the Thomas fire. I think that was put into place. So if you do decide to increase existing pre-fire heights in the interim plus 10%, that is fine, because if I had a 14-foot house and I wouldn't go up above 15 feet. So that's the limit in Big Rock. But we would hope that there would be much addition to the codes in the way of defensible space requirements and home hardening and fire resilient materials for fences, walls, and homes. We need city codes enforced to mandate keeping at minimum a 50 to 100-foot clearance of all flammable vegetation, bushes, hedges, trees, and railway ties away from each other's properties, and fences from our own homes. All my fences are completely burnt. They're all gone. This would have prevented much of the spread from fire from home to home. And as LA County has stated, a planning verification would take 1 day, and the entire process for a like-for-like structure plus 10% would be approved in 30 days. Can you get the staff, manpower, and architects and engineers to self-certify so this can happen? Or at least a task force or council to set up to make sure this happens within the decoupled planning department for fire victims? And my neighbor who just passed away a couple of days ago, he had a ton of trees, a ton of brush around his house, and he tried to fight the fire and didn't win. So I think if we have some sort of code in place to just keep vegetation away from our homes, we should be okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Pete Weger.
Hi, Pete Weger, Malibu resident, 59 years. Well, some good news. Today, Jay Obernolte, our Republican congressman in the 23rd District in Big Bear Lake, took action to prevent future catastrophic fires, and he got passed today on the floor, Fix Our Forest Acts. This is going to empower the land managers and agencies to use science-based tools to restore health to our nation's forests and turn the tide against the historic wildfire crisis, of which the fuel on these hills was the direct source of all of this. But I asked the city council to go and talk to other cities, like the city of Big Bear Lake. And I give you this example. I submitted a 2,600 square foot home, 4-bedroom, 3-bath today. Bald eagle habitat, things to contend with, removal of some trees, BMP, best management practices. It's a lakefront house, water runoff into the ocean. We will have our permit by June, 16 weeks. We will be having turkey dinner in that house, November. I urge you to go and talk to some of the other cities, like the city of Big Bear Lake and the city of Thousand Oaks. If they can do it in 4 months, 6 months, why can't we? That really is the question to think about. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Other cities are doing it in the state of California that have restrictions. Bald eagle habitat, we don't have that here. I have that in Big Bear. I have storm runoff issues to deal with and mitigate and to design for into the lake, just like the ocean. Why can we not do it the way they can?
That's the question to really think about, and to reach out to those cities and those leaders. The mayor of Big Bear Lake would be willing to talk to you, Doug, and talk about it. He's my cousin. City of Thousand Oaks. Talk to these other people. Let's not reinvent the wheel. They do it, why can't we? Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. All right, do we have anybody online?
There's two raised hands. First is Craig Hill.
All right, go ahead, Craig.
Hey, there we go. Great start, Tyler. Here are a few comments developed more in my email memo to you all last night. Let's allow use of existing septic systems until rebuilds certificates of occupancy require updated OWTS. The substantially the same location language. The precedent has been to treat that liberally for purposes of safety, improving setbacks, et cetera. Steve Hudson reiterated that, but I think the precedent of Bonnie Blue's treatment was even more liberal. My email describes that in detail. Look at that again. Staff report references 10% regarding both height and footprint. We've applied 10% strictly in terms of footprint area, but height is more nuanced. Area correlates with how many people can live in a house, whereas height doesn't affect total occupancy. We have Jennings 18 foot by right dictum, but that shouldn't necessarily be applied in PVs where a large increase from, say, 12 feet to 18 could affect someone's view. So the solution in Big Rock might be, as I think we're working on with the group, to institutionalize the CC&Rs that limit to 15 feet. And you could use an emergency overlay to do that, or a planning policy and formalize it later. On the beach side, we must be careful about assuming that most WTS can be 10% larger. Many of those lots are effectively smaller than when they were first developed up to 100 years ago. This is due to some early building into the PCH right-of-way and to higher mean high tide lines now due to diminished sand replenishment. So some of those parcels have nowhere to put an extra 10% of anything. Recall Joseph Lizama's related comments on that. Plus, the LCP limits the proliferation of shoreline protection devices for good reasons. They increase side scour, accelerating the loss of beach sand. So, yes, of course, these houses should have their existing systems rebuilt wherever possible, but any expansion of them may run into both legal and practical complications. And in any case, before promulgating standards for anything on the beach lots, we need clarification in writing from Caltrans about what they expect of PCH from here on. For example, do they still plan to recapture their whole right-of-way? Will they grandfather historical encroachments? Today, they put their redesign project on hold because of these events. So they seem to be stepping back for the moment, but let's get some concrete representations from them so we know what we're working with. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Who's next, please?
Colin Drummond.
Go ahead, Colin.
Hi there. I just had one idea. I spoke at the town hall about our failure of infrastructure in Big Rock, down power lines, no water, no brush clearance by the MRCA, things beyond city control. But there is one that the city can influence, which is home hardening, which is the single biggest thing residents can do to protect ourselves. Big Rock failed to harden enough homes despite us being a fire-wise community as well as a fire-safe council, despite dozens of homes being assessed for improvements, despite the wonderful city program with the fire liaisons. Why did it happen? Because it's optional. Some people just ignore this stuff or even outright refuse to prepare their homes adequately when their neighbors ask for it. I guess it's human nature. My strong belief is that every single home in Big Rock must be hardened, no exceptions. Some people will need more than suggestion. We are dependent on each other. One house burns another. The energy created by a burning home is enormous. We need a resilient community, not just a resilient home. As a community, Big Rock is working to incorporate the latest home hardening best practices into a new proposed overlay district. We suggest the rest of Malibu be obsessive about hardening their community house by house. We may require state legislation on top of this, but here's how the city can help. For rebuilds, one, require fire resilient materials and design. Two, offer grants or credits for those who have issues bearing additional cost of that. Three, for surviving homes and those in Western Malibu completely unaffected, expand the home assessment program to include mitigation costs with those same grants and credits. We can't let this happen again. Hardening our entire community can't be a good idea. It must be required. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I think that's all the raised hands.
Two more hands were raised, since if you want to hear from them.
No, I think we're done.
Okay.
All right. With that, bring it up here to the dais. Any comments from the council members? Go ahead, Bruce.
Well, first of all, initiating this is a no-brainer. We need to do it. So some comments beyond that. We need a deadline. How long is it going to take to get this done? When is the Planning Commission going to make a proposal? When can we approve a proposal? So this is for the council, unless staff has an answer. When's this going to be done? Not once we approve the process.
I mean, as soon as possible. So there are some noticing requirements that we're legally obligated to follow. If possible, I can try for the second meeting in February, first meeting in March for the Planning Commission.
If I could interject in, can we have a special Planning Commission meeting?
Yes.
This is full throttle is the way I would characterize it. Or as somebody said, all gas, no brakes. This needs to be as fast as we can get it done. And whatever the notice period is, let's just plan on having special meetings for the Planning Commission and the City Council, if that's what it takes.
Okay, so my next comment is, I'm still trying to understand the concept of, maybe I'm just being naive, but why we need to go through the permitting process and all the rigmarole if someone wants to repeat what they had exactly. I mean, the speed limit is 55 miles an hour on certain roads. I don't have to get permission to go 55 miles an hour. That's the law, and the law, once the law is established, I comply with the law. I can get penalized if I don't. If you have the right to rebuild like for like, plus or minus 10%, why do you need to get all kinds of permissions to rebuild plus or minus 10%? I don't get that. No one has to answer that tonight, but that's something I think we need to be examining going forward. I just don't understand why you need permission to comply with the law. The issue Colin spoke about, this is a very delicate balance, and I think it's one that's going to be it's going to plague us, and I don't know what the right answer is. We want to get everyone back in their homes that want to rebuild their homes, again, expeditiously, efficiently, and economically. To require all kinds of modern hardening, which is a really appropriate objective, is going to impede every one of those objectives. It's going to become less expeditious, it's going to become less efficient, and it's going to become more expensive. Many people are underinsured. They're going to have a hard enough time just rebuilding, not using more modern, more expensive hardening. On the other hand, if they don't, they're jeopardizing their neighbors' homes. I mean, my contractor that worked on my home recently showed me a photo of a home that he built on the coast. It's one of the few homes that's standing in a line of burned homes. And he explained to me, I don't know if he's correct or not, but it made sense to me. He explained he built it on concrete pylons, and he built a concrete foundation above the pylons under the house. And he said the fire spread from house to house to house because underneath the houses were wood. And that while the firefighters were on PCH fighting the fire above, the fire was spreading below the homes very quickly, wood to wood to wood. So those houses should be concrete or some other material that's impervious to fire. That is going to dramatically increase the expense of rebuilding them. Are we going to impose that expense on our residents, or are we going to help them efficiently, expeditiously, and economically rebuild? That's a question that this council is going to have to grapple with. I don't know the answer. I want everyone to get back in their homes as quickly as they can. I want their homes not to burn their neighbors' homes. And I just don't know how to strike that proper balance. So that's going to be a critical question that we're going to have to address. On the like for like, I mean, it's my impression that a lot of the Woolsey rebuilds that are not rebuilt, one, they're because people didn't have the financial resources to do it. I mean, they had to deal with SCE for many years. Even after doing so, they just don't have the financial resources. That's some people. But another issue has been either a new owner or the existing owner wanted to do something dramatically different. And doing something dramatically different, as I said before, puts a strain on our staff, and it puts a strain on the neighborhood. It changes the neighborhood character, and it results in appeals, and it slows the whole process down for everybody. Please rebuild what you had. If everyone in a community would seek to rebuild what they had who are going to rebuild, they're going to be able to do it much more efficiently than if we have a whole bunch of people who are going to try to do something different and put a strain on the staff. The staff is strained enough already. The last issue is, and this is for Trevor, I have, my current planning commissioner is Craig Hill. I'm going to be appointing Joe Drummond. They both live in Big Rock. Are they going to be conflicted from doing the kinds of things that we're talking about tonight because they live in a community that's going to be impacted by the decisions that are going to be made? Or is it a broad enough issue that obviously they can't decide on their own house, but is it a broad enough issue that they can participate in these kinds of decisions?
I mean, it's going to depend on what comes forward with these general legislative items. Probably not, but we'll look into the issue and I'll speak with them also.
Okay. Oh, and I agree with Joe that we somehow need to take into account with whatever we're going to do CC&Rs in different neighborhoods, because it would be wrong for us to adopt legislation that would permit people to do something that they're not permitted to do, basically by contract with one another. And I know we always say private contracts are not a matter for the city to be concerned about, but I think we may be able to build that into the rules somehow. Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else?
Okay. One of the things we did during Woolsey is we suspended the primary view in those neighborhoods. Is that a part of this?
So that's already in effect, but I am going to we'll probably bring back some language to clean it up a little bit, but it is in effect the way it's worded today.
Okay, great, thank you. The other thought that I had, the question of surveying, whether or not people are going to be able to get in there and survey and everything else. Do we have the technology, or does it exist somehow that we can survey or take some type of digital survey of the areas that are affected so we can kind of help out that question? And Rob's not here, but I don't know if there's another GIS expert we can talk with just to try and help along that process so we can help our owners without having to necessarily get their own private survey done.
And you're correct, we're looking into those solutions for that community.
Okay, great, thank you. Can we retroactively go back and take care of the DMW issue with the driveways and such on the Woolsey so that they can take advantage of this current exemptions or anything?
One point of clarification. Driveways do already exist in the DMW language, driveways and OWTS. I think the issue has been when you do a widening and it's on a steep slope, those have accessory structures like retaining walls that are making it more complicated. So another amendment that I plan to bring back is cleaning up that to include some accessory structures so that those are included in the exemption. But perhaps what Mr. Smith was talking about was new driveways. that are needed for fire department purposes, which is different because the current language is replacement driveways. So if you have to replace your driveway and that has to get widened, that does currently exist as a DMW option.
So you mean that if their previous driveway just needs to be widened to accommodate whatever the fire department requirements versus they choose to place a new driveway in a new location? I'm just trying to get clarification on what would constitute a new driveway versus replacing the previous one.
Maybe in a new location or in a different area of your site or a different access altogether. But I'm just speaking what's currently exists in the code is replacement driveways, which is using your existing driveway, but you have to widen it. That is what is exempt currently.
Requires a DMW.
Correct.
Okay. So when we're saying exempt, we're just saying exempt from a coastal development permit,
So,
not from a permit.
If you want to use technical language, yes, it's not technically exempt. It's waived through a de minimis waiver.
Great,
Yes.
thank you. A note about foundations, and I have a question mark, and I can't remember why. Somebody asked why, Pete, you asked why we have to do this where other communities don't? California Coastal Commission, that's why we have to do it. They don't have the same things. They don't have that in Thousand Oaks. They may have some version of it in Big Bear Lake, but that's the bottom line, California Coastal Commission. And additionally, we have a historically strong community that has wanted to have a variety of protections, whether it's protections of their own property, environmental protections, and other things. Those have all been incorporated into our code. So that's why things are more difficult to do in Malibu, because we care about protecting everybody. I'm just going to do a blanket statement on that one. So, with regards to updating the OWTS, your septic system is going to have to be inspected, and it's going to have to be shown that it functions and that it can accommodate whatever you're putting back. Oftentimes, people in Woolsey chose to upgrade their system because they're going to go to a more environmentally advanced system and be more protective of the environment. So the baseline is make sure your septic is functioning, and especially for those ones along the beach. I don't think anybody wants to have septic systems that are polluting the ocean, let alone anything else. So that might be some reason why somebody's getting a waiver from a coastal permit to get that done. And that's something I think that we should absolutely do whatever we can to make sure that that option goes smoothly. Okay. So one other question I had was, you kind of highlighted, Tyler, I'm sorry, the relocating of a house for the new construction, for the replacement construction from a geological area. What about just coming into conformance with current setback requirements?
Yeah, that could work too. I'm trying to think of one example that I recently looked up where they're pretty close to the top of the bluff, and say they had to meet current setbacks, they may have no room left, so there may need to be a discretionary request tied to that application. So just kind of allowing leeway to maybe get them out of a discretionary request onto a safer portion of their property, maybe not meet the full 50 or 100 feet, but maybe meet 25 feet that is safer. And then still not, as long as it does not impact other coastal resources or neighbors' views, we would take that into consideration. It's kind of the first thought.
Okay, so that gets a little tricky, and that kind of goes into.
Marion, can I ask a question?
Yeah,
about,
absolutely.
In response, I don't understand that issue. If the house was 25 feet from the bluff before it burned, why doesn't the law permit it to be 25 feet away from the bluff when it's rebuilt on the exact same footprint, even though it wouldn't be able to do that if it were a brand new home?
No, that's not what I said. You can rebuild it exactly where it was, even if it's 5 feet away. We were just saying if you want to increase it to 25 feet, but that doesn't meet the limit, the minimum 50, that could still be allowed without a discretionary request.
So I think it's what what it is, it's in the case of you're doing like for like. So you're expecting that that home is going to go back on that exact same footprint. But you want to take advantage or possibly look at putting it in a new location because it is going to increase that safety factor. The biggest thing of that is, yes, you might be moving into an area where now you're in your neighbor's view shed where you weren't before. So, which is the more acceptable item.
It's part of that delicate balance.
Which is going to get to my next point, and I mean this with all due respect. You're asking why we need all these plans and everything else. It's to verify for the neighbors, and I think we experienced this in Woolsey. Oftentimes when the home finally did get rebuilt, there was questions as to whether or not it was actually in the location that it was previously, because maybe it had been 4 years since that house had been there, and the neighbor whose house wasn't lost is seeing that, well, that wasn't what it was, and they're already in construction. So the purpose of having a review and a permit is to get eyes on it, make sure that there's a verification of that those things are set. The other portion is, there's a lot of talk about home hardening. Our building codes are so far in advance, and the reason our building codes are so far in advance is because we encounter earthquakes and fires on a regular basis in California. So we have very advanced fire codes and very advanced earthquake codes and seismic things and everything else. And so that is part of the review process that every home goes through. So I'm very, very cautious about waiving any of the building codes that have to do with fire and life safety. Maybe there's some other ones that are some of the green codes, things like that we might want to ask for, but I'm going to defer to our building official for what is even reasonable to think about.
Yeah, under the state of California, we don't have jurisdiction to waive because those are minimal code mandates. And you are correct, they are life and safety items. One of the things that with these new fires, the next building codes are coming this year. So I already have a call to the state fire marshal to understand what are the nuances on when we're talking about fire construction. So I will have that information for you guys.
And that was the other, there was talk about vegetation and such in the different zone. That's one of the things in the fire code. We have the 3 different zones. We have Zone A, we have Zone B, we have Zone Z. And every single one of those has specific things that can be built in it.
Zone 0.
And Zone 0. And have they actually adopted it yet?
No, it's pending. CAL FIRE hasn't decided what it's going to be.
Right. So, but even in Zone 0, I heard that there could be vegetation in there. It just kind of depends on the type and its ability to hold on to moisture longer than maybe some other varieties and things like that. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Obviously, I want everybody else to have a chance to talk, but I'm ready to adopt too.
Okay. Leland?
Yeah, thanks, Marianne, for that, because I learned a lot. And Tyler, it was a great presentation, and I'm impressed always with the staff. My heart, breaks, but I'm in support of lumping the Woolsey and Franklin, and I know that it's complicated and not simple. It's very messy, but utilizing local experts, I feel like we have so many here that I'm always impressed by, and Malibu is not an easy place to build in as evidence. So we have so many resources. I'm all for helping people build back better, quicker, safer, harder, more efficiently. I think we can take this as an opportunity to be leaders. We're very small. We know this. We can be innovative. We can problem solve. We can collaborate. We can use this as like a watershed moment to be examples of what it's like to live in this type of environment. Big Rocks totally impressed me. I've been on a bunch of Zoom calls with the residents, maybe 150. They've mobilized in such a time of like emotional grief, and everybody is talking and communicating. They're small, they're agile, they're nimble. They can be a own little micro city. You guys can be a example as well as home hardening. I know you are a Firewise community, and we all strive to be. I'm all about home hardening. I think it's true. It's not simple. It's expensive. But if we are going to live here, we have to stack the cards in our favor. I'm excited by this. It's it's good news. So thank you so much for the hard work. I've seen you guys work day and night since Franklin, and I'm impressed. Thank you.
Okay. Steve?
I think we pretty much beat this to death. I think Bruce said it right. This is a no-brainer to get done. I do think, one of the questions we're going to have to answer is, there's a lot of people saying, we've got to use the most fire-resistant tools and code that we can. And you're right, it's going to cost more money if we do that. And it may get worse with some of these tariffs and, driving the immigrants out. That's the work. I forget what it was in New Orleans. When New Orleans had a problem, they were inviting immigrants in because they didn't have a workforce to help them rebuild after the hurricane down there. So I think let's get this going. Let's get the amendments in front of the planning department so we can get those things identified. The people who are going to start designing these houses they know where the hell they have to go, and we can get this process going. So I'm got no problem with this.
It's just something that I'm definitely concerned about. There are a lot of homeowners, especially in Big Rock, less on the beach, but even on the beach, that are not going to have the financial wherewithal to do this. If you have California Fair Plan, you've got no more than $2 million in dwelling replacement, and maybe you've got $250,000 for code upgrade. The rest is your personal property and your living expense, which isn't enough either. I don't understand how people are going to rebuild even more modestly than we're talking about with that kind of money. And I just don't see a lot of our residents being able to do this. And I don't know how we can facilitate the ability to rebuild within that insurance structure. But that is the reality we're living with. We're living with a reality where California has provided inadequate insurance, and it's expensive as hell to build here. And these are not billionaires we're talking about. They're not even, double-digit millionaires. They're average residents who are not going to be able to afford to do this. And we need to find a way to make that work, or else our community is going to be completely different.
Okay. I'll put in my 2 cents here real quick. First off, on Bruce's comment, I fully agree. But one of the ways to make this more affordable for our residents is to cut out what builders would call soft cost. All the time it takes for permits and surveys and going back over and over again, and it all adds to the cost structure. The more expeditious we can make this, and the more it is simplified to the point of stamp here, stamp here, stamp here, we'll be better off. And that's one of the best ways we can help people cut out the soft costs. When you look at, say, a $3 million build project, the soft costs can be $250,000, $500,000 without too much trouble at all. And that's money that doesn't go into the value of the house. That's paperwork. So let's try and, part of the idea of this whole process right here is to cut these soft costs down as much as we can. Code compliance. I want to talk quickly, just get some input on that. We talk about home hardening, and I think Mary Ann said it well. You got to be in compliance with the local code. If we're in compliance with the local code, this is all going to come in there anyway. So if there's supposed to be and I'm going to use a gross example, if you had a cedar shake roof, you're not going to put that back on. You're going to have a concrete tile roof or a metal roof or something like that. That's just the code. And from a standpoint of rebuilding, nobody should be rebuilding if they can't get insurance, because you're going to have to get insurance for the house, even if you're going to sell it or get a mortgage on it. So if you're not code compliant, you're never going to see the insurance. So this is all part of the restructure to make it economically viable between the soft cost and make sure you've got an insurance compliance house. Last 2 things I've got on this fire approvals, I want to make sure, because that is an option that I think can help us expedite this as well. Tyler, are you confident we can bring it back, or Yolanda confident to bring this back as a separate item, or does it need to be in this for the meet the Chief Maroney's recommendation that we take some of this over?
I have to look at the recommendation that Chief Maroney had because I haven't looked at it, but if maybe it's something that you can send to me and I can provide feedback on.
Well, it was more his comments at the meeting the other night about the city has the ability to make waivers on this. Am I correct on that? Do you remember that, Trevor? No.
Say it again.
Well,
They're talking about fire flow.
yeah, pardon?
We can't overfire.
I thought we could have the ability to approve it.
Oh, this is, okay, we're talking about, the staff's looking into that. That's separate from what we're dealing with
Maureen,
right now.
do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. I was lucky enough to sit next to Drew Smith at the town council meeting, and we're trying to set up a meeting with him. It would be Yolanda's department and planning to go over this issue of the capacity to permit also has to be there for the fire department.
Right.
And if the city is able to find a consultant to do that work in-house, it would relieve pressure off of them. Some fire departments permit that. I think in this emergency, you're going to see that. The question is capacity. This has been going on now where fire departments are using private consultants far more than ever before. Some of those people are already consultants to the city, so we've got a head start.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can bring that in, because that's going to be a major hurdle. We can do a lot of things here, but if it has to go out to the fire department and sit on somebody's desk, that would be a waste.
Yeah.
So see what we can do.
100%. Now that I know what your concern is, Mayor, yes, and I'm sorry Yolanda had to step away, but she also has been in talks with them from what she told me, and I think part of what our city management is working on also is getting a plan checker in the rebuild center on site, so we have a full force going. Yeah.
All right, good, because I think that's a critical aspect. And I know from my own experience when I had my house built, fire department, every time we turned around, there was another call to the fire department to get approval. So that's 25 years ago. All right. Yes.
Sorry. So early in Woolsey, there was a fire department official in City Hall during the fire rebuild stuff. But I think COVID, it ended up everybody had to leave because of COVID, and I don't think it was reinstated after that. I just have quick 3 little things as my advice to all the fire rebuild people out there. When you are hiring a team, tell them what your budget is. Don't let your architect and other design team and contractor and everything else just design your perfect dream home, and then they give you a price tag that's more than what your insurance is. So be very upfront for what you can actually afford, whether it's your insurance money, if you're fortunate enough to have other monies to pad that, just make sure you set a budget early. Stay involved in the process. Every single homeowner in Woolsey that was successful, they were part of the process, and they got the meetings and they got the emails and they stayed involved with everything. And the last one is, don't fall into decision paralysis. As somebody said earlier, you're going to be making a lot of decisions and you start getting overwhelmed with everything. Try and find a way that you can reset your brain, divide and conquer, have different things like that. But delaying your decisions is a time factor, and that will cause you to possibly have a longer time period that you're going through. So.
I'm going to move that we approve this. I have one addition that I'd like to make, which is I think we ought to put on the agenda for our next meeting an item where we give direction to the Planning Commission, the kinds of things we want to see put into this, so that when they go and do it, we don't have to then redo it completely when it comes back to us.
Well, I mean, I think that's what we should be giving the staff right now. So they can be crafting the report
Well,
for the planning commission.
we're not doing it. We're not giving them direction as to the things we want to see. We're just talking about why we like this.
Well, I think that's where you got to see the amendments first. If we don't see the amendments, we got to see what they're going to propose.
No, what they're going to propose the amendments to the planning commission. And then the planning commission is going to do whatever it does, and that's going to come to us. And what I'm saying is it might make sense for us to have a discussion with the public input as to what we would like to see in those amendments before they even get presented to the planning commission.
Can we do that?
If you have input about what to initiate, you should provide it now. That would be the way to go, and then staff is going to take that and move it forward to the planning commission.
But we'd have to see the amendments in order to do
I mean, these are the topics that staff is coming up, and there's no language at this point, and then the language can be brought to the planning commission, and what language form that's going to take is what staff's working on now. So it may actually end up causing more delay if staff is waiting to hear back from the council than if it can just move forward and get it to the planning commission. You still will have flexibility to, adjust that when it comes back.
So I guess I'll ask the question, are there specific things that you think are important be included, or?
No, actually, I don't understand this enough to be able to have my own suggestions at this point. I'm waiting to hear from other people.
I think if I may, just a couple of things we heard tonight was hardening, even though I don't know if everyone agreed with that. I think we heard defensible space. I think we heard some of those things that we weren't focused on because we're more focused on the rebuild. It could cause more delays in terms of figuring out what that looks like. So again, this strategy that we came with you tonight was specifically to get people back in their homes as quickly as possible. But if we want to add those extra layers of resiliency, all for it.
Strict vegetation. Vegetation is going to be a biggie.
Yeah, well, let's go back to something here. The code is going to take care of a lot of this, right? So let's don't get bogged down in things. And every time we add another layer to the onion, this is going to slow the process down and also make it more expensive for people.
Right, and I'm actually thinking in that direction. I'd like to see these amendments provide as many exemptions and exceptions as can safely be built into this process so that people are not bogged down with constant applications and revisions.
Yeah. So I think if we look at this from a code standpoint, we're going to comply with the code, and that's going to be the driver. Maureen, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, please.
No, your building code is not something that you can exempt. It is a minimum standard. So that fire hardening is set by the fire marshal in Sacramento. It's a baseline. You can improve, you can do more. My suggestion is that this council has talked about workshops with local experts. As we collect information from them, I think you're looking at a second round of possible changes to your municipal code that will help. Just to give you a bit of a statistic, in Wolseley, at the end of the first year, you had about 140 homes through that permitting process. That just gives you a flavor of the volume that potentially would come in within this disaster event. Probably 200 homes, and those will trickle in. So we've got a couple of months right now to build in additional pieces to your code.
But I think we do need to move quickly with it, and every time we put another layer on the onion, we're slowing it down. Tyler, one emphasis I would have, and it doesn't need to be in the resolution, special meeting, special meeting, special meeting, so that we can get this rotated around as fast as we can to the next body that's got to approve it. I heard Don Smith make the comment about Woolsey, 1 month for this, 1 month for that, 1 month. That's too long. So we need to figure out how do we push this as fast as we can. And Tyler, your hard work to get this to us tonight, I don't want that to be slowed down by us having to wait until we can get on some agenda. Okay?
If it's legally permissible, what do others think about the concept of making this, making all of these expeditious changes available only to the existing owner who's going to rebuild, as opposed to someone who buys the lot and wants to do something?
I don't think we can do that.
Yeah.
Really?
I think we could do it on fee waivers, but I don't think you do it.
I think if we're extending privileges, we can extend privileges subject to limitations that make sense to our city.
Then you get into funky things like, what if the kids want to rebuild mom and dad's house? And what if,
We could build that into the definition of an existing owner.
What do you think, Trevor? Can we do that?
It travels with the land.
I think it's a topic we can bring up when it comes back up to the council. There are a number of sort of due process and other limitations that are involved in dealing with it. It's hard to make a broad statement about what we're considering here and how that could be applied only to residents only or current owners.
Well, I didn't say residents only, because there's a lot of non-residents that own the property.
Current owners, what you said.
My understanding is that as long as you got no suspect classes, especially when you're extending privileges, because the law is already set, when we're going to extend additional privileges for rebuilding, we can put reasonable limitations on those privileges, and reasonable is very broad if there's no suspect class.
Well, I mean, I would propose then no, I'm not even going to voice it.
let's get
Yeah.
this done first.
Bruce,
Let's get this going first.
Motion this, I'll make a second.
Yeah. All right, we got a motion and a second from Bruce?
No.
No.
My motion.
All right, your motion, your second. All right. Any other discussion? There being none, let's put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, motion passes. 7A is done. Let's move to 7B.
Just before 10:30.
Who's going to present this? Is this Alexis, you're going to do it? All right.
I will keep it short, Mayor. Yes. Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. In the spirit of moving things along swiftly and expeditiously, we have before you the recommendation for the formation of a Palisades Fire Ad Hoc Committee. And just to specify, this is to be less than a quorum of the city council. So it would be appointing two of yourselves to serve on this ad hoc committee. There's, as you've heard here tonight, several instances of upcoming town halls, several meetings, and we want to make sure that the council is a part of those to the extent some of you already have been, but for the sake of consistency and weighing in, and especially where it comes to some of those policy discussions and direction and bringing that back to the full council, it's, I know, much better to have that information firsthand and be a part of those discussions. And so that is what this recommendation is coming from. And it also allows staff to move very quickly as well as we set those meetings and times coming up, rather than having regularly noticed Brown Act meetings as we do tonight with the full council. This is just another way that we are trying to create efficiency and streamline some of our outreach and engagement efforts with the community, but yet obviously bringing back any of those action items to the full council for your discussion and direction. And I'll stand for any questions.
Go ahead. We got public comments. All right. First one up is Marissa Coughlin, and then we have another one from Susan Emmering. And Susan, thank you very much for printing nicely so I can read it.
Hi, thank you, and I'm glad you're doing the ad hoc committee because I think it will help with the efficiency. Just so that those of you that don't know me, I've lived here since 1968. These are the fires I've been through in our community, 15 fires. I do disaster relief in the coastal zone all the time. I do fire rebuilds and everything, and I do planning and permit expediting too, which you guys know already. But I think it's really important to get the people, as Bruce even said, the people in the community with the expertise. Two examples, for instance, Reg Brown, David Weiss, and myself have worked professionally in this community, hold your seats, 152 years between the three of us. I think you need to bring professionals with the history, the practical application, codes, for instance, Senate Bill 186, AB 939, things that need to be involved, which will help this move the ball. Now, the county just put in a bill about debris removal on the 15th, the county health department, about who can do debris removal and who can't. Also, the opt-in is not doing the foundations, and that's critical with the code changes. For the foundations not being timber piles anymore, there has to be a consideration for the other thing. All that information is what this ad hoc committee we'll hopefully get input on and speed it up. And Bruce made great points tonight. A lot of them, I don't always agree, but you were really wanted tonight. But yeah, I think it's really good. So I hope you move forward. And I also offer my name into consideration for that committee. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Susan. Susan Emery. Okay. Not here. We have anybody online?
There's no raised hands.
All right, let's bring it back up here. I will make a comment. This is, Marissa, this is for 2 council members to be on the committee. All right. All right, go ahead.
I was going to make a recommendation that Bruce and I be that ad hoc committee.
Anybody else want to volunteer for it?
I recommend it becomes mayor pro tem.
I agree.
I mean, I think that way it's moved down the line when the next mayor pro tem comes in, they're getting some exposure to the executives. So I think we're building a pipeline there to make everybody more effective.
I couldn't agree more. I second the motion that Mary Ann and Bruce be on it.
Oh, I like that.
Great. All right. You got it?
Sounds good to me, and I think we should add community members as we move along.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And, I just want to implore, I think it's great to add local experts. I think we absolutely need to. Just want to implore you all to take into consideration how the new buildings are going to affect the neighbors. And please work with us to find the best way to get everybody to build back what they had and not try to be exotic. Because I know that when someone hires you to build for them, you want to find new ways to improve the size, the shape, everything for the community member who's looking to build. We want to get everyone back to where they were quickly and inexpensively, if possible.
As somebody used to say about sell the sizzle, not the steak, we want you to have the same steak. You can put more sizzle on it, but it's still the same steak. All right?
People sometimes want to change the house they have.
Yeah, well, they could do that, but inside the same box. All right. We've got a motion and a second. Anybody else have any conversation? All right.
And Mayor, if I could just clarify and confirm, the motion is to appoint Mayor Pro Tem Riggins and Councilmember Silverstein, the individuals, not the titles anyone
Correct.
holds.
Individuals,
Okay.
yes.
And then I did also just want to clarify one point for ad hoc committees. Although the ad hoc committee will, I'm sure, identify stakeholders they want to work with and valuable partners, the ad hoc committee can only be composed of 2 members of the city council. Adding more members in future would create a new Brown Act body.
Thank you for that lesson.
I think we've run into this before. Anyway, all right. So let's put it to a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Being none, the motion is approved.
I'll make a motion to hear item 8A.
Oh, it's past 10:30, isn't it? Aha. Do we have 4 votes to do item 8A?
I vote yes.
Well,
To do it?
anybody object to it? We'll put it to a voice vote.
Let's do it.
All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're going to move ahead.
Steve?
All right, so who's doing this presentation?
That would be me, and I'll try to keep it short. So good evening, Mayor and Council. After each election, the City Council must make new appointments to the City Council subcommittees, ad hoc committees, and several outside agencies. The City Council subcommittees are standing committees that have an ongoing subject matter jurisdiction and hold public meetings pursuant to the Brown Act, whereas the City Council ad hoc committees are temporary bodies assigned a specific task by the Council, and they should be disbanded once their task is complete. Since these are temporary bodies composed of only 2 City Council members, ad hoc committees are not required to hold public meetings. Staff is recommending dissolving the Development Services ad hoc, the Road Race ad hoc, and the School Safety ad hoc as their assignments have been completed. We're also recommending dissolving the City Council Policies ad hoc to establish a Policy and Culture ad hoc, which would be a better fit for the scope of work that is needed to support the top workplace culture item in the Council's strategic work plan. And at the Council's direction, we're also recommending considering establishing a mobile home park rent control regulations ad hoc to work on review of the current rent control regulations and a use of public parks and property ad hoc to evaluate current and potential future uses of city properties. For outside agencies, generally a council member will be appointed to represent the city. However, the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy Advisory Committee meetings do conflict with the city council regular meetings. One of their meetings was held tonight, the fourth Monday of the month. So the council will need to appoint a non-council member representative. The delegates listed in the staff report as the mayor cannot be changed, and the individuals representing the city on those bodies will rotate with the mayorship. The Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission and the Southern California Association of Government appointments are listed for reference, but those appointments are made by the Las Virgenes Malibu Council of Governments and do not need to be reaffirmed by the council tonight. I'm here for any questions about these appointments.
On that last one, we have to tell them who we want them to appoint, correct, for the Council of Government?
The Southern California Association of Governments.
SCAG, okay.
SCAG, yes, the COG makes the SCAG appointment, and the city has a representative on the COG that helps make that decision.
Got it.
Could you repeat the ad hocs you're recommending be dissolved?
Thanks. Yes, it was in the footnotes, but the Development Services ad hoc, the Road Race ad hoc, and the School Safety ad hoc.
Thanks.
I don't think that, I mean, the school safety thing, I think, should stay on, personally.
I agree.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor, just before the council gets into any deliberations, so you guys can discuss this and give us direction. We don't have any public speaker slips for this item, and we don't have any raised hands on Zoom.
Well, I think in the interest of time, because we've got commissions to do and this, there's probably just a list of things that need to be done immediately, and replacing Councilmember Grisani is one of those. For instance, the school district separation ad hoc needs to be done quickly, and we also have the Council of Governments to be taken care of. Does anybody want to make this a short list, or do we want to go through it all?
Well, I think it's clear we need to replace Paul, but I think Helen may want to slip into some spots as well that others occupy. So I think we need to talk about everything. No, she shouldn't just be saddled with Paul's positions automatically.
No, I wasn't talking about that. It's just if we wanted to do just a few tonight, or we want to take it in total.
Let's do them all. That's why we extended
Do it all.
Okay,
It might
all
be
right.
quick, yeah.
Is there a list that you've got in here? I've got a lot of names here, and it
Well,
just,
why don't, my suggestion is let's start with the
you want some of the pink
City
sheet?
Council Subcommittee.
All right.
So the Public Safety and the Public Works.
Or you want to just go down the list?
Okay,
Why don't we just do that?
all right.
A&F, Stewart and Silverstein, we both, I would be content to keep that committee as is.
I'm happy to continue to serve on that, but I'm also happy to relinquish it if somebody else has a burning desire.
And that's city council policy review?
No, this is administration and
ANF,
finance.
not interested, but thank you.
I'll do it if he doesn't want to, I've done it before.
No, I do want to do it. I'll just give it up if somebody wants to do it more.
Anybody else want it?
Do you want it?
I'll take it, but I thought you, if you want it, you got it. I'm not gonna
I'll stay on that.
I'll stay on it as well. All right, so that one's done. Environmental Sustainability Subcommittee. It's got currently Steve and Mary Ann.
I'll stay on that.
I'll stay on.
It's fine with me.
All right. Halen, if you have one that you want to hop on.
I sure will. Thank you,
speak
Mayor.
up. All right, so you're okay with that one?
Yes.
Okay. Library Subcommittee.
I'd be happy to drop off that one.
Happy to take it.
Great.
All right.
That talks about the 22 million bucks that we've got sitting in a pot, right?
Yep.
Happy to take it.
Spend it wisely. Parks and Recreation, you said you wanted to drop that? Is that the one you wanted to drop? Because
No, we were just looking at the ad hoc committees that seem to have completed their assignments, so that will be the next step for the council to review and determine if those assignments have been completed.
okay.
Well,
so
may I ask a question on
Yeah.
that one? Okay, so there's a recommendation that we fill one, or we make an ad hoc for community lands?
That was at the direction of the council. The city
Right.
council wanted us to bring back an item. We come up with a name for it, the Public Parks and Property Ad hoc Committee.
Okay.
Why don't we just
You
make
could also direct that work to the Parks
Well,
and
it's a different
Recreation
subcommittee
Subcommittee.
and
Why don't we just make that one of the goals of that committee and fill it?
Well, if you keep the subcommittee, then you got to have Brown Act.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
if we do the ad hoc,
Okay.
it's a lot more
Yeah, I would
flexibility.
say let's keep it vacant.
Yeah, let's keep it vacant.
I want to do it.
Well, but I
No, this
think,
isn't the ad hoc.
No? Okay.
no.
I'm interested in Parks and Rec, just putting it out there.
We're going to leave that blank.
Okay.
Public Safety Subcommittee. I have no problem passing that off to somebody else.
I'd like it.
All right, so we got Halen on that. Anybody else want to take it?
Looks like you're keeping it.
Do I get extra pay for these?
If you don't want it, I'll take it. I'll do that.
You want to do it? Why don't you take it, Steve?
Public safety, yeah.
All right. Public Works Subcommittee, I don't think we ever met.
Let's fill it anyway.
Yeah, let's fill it anyway.
So that means I'll take it.
You got it with,
I mean, you don't
Policy.
have to.
I'm happy to
it's
take
just-
it. I like Public Works. I got a thing for it.
I'll stay on it then.
I'd like to recommend that Marianne and Steve stay on Zeracis, unless, Marianne, you think it's going to be too much work given the rebuild committee.
I'll try and hang in there.
Honestly, I think this is the right place for you two. Those of you who've got extensive experience.
Waiving is racist, and all the amendments will make it so.
Yeah. Yeah, but wait,
So I'll stick around.
it's going to cut your pay. All right, we're going to leave that as is.
Great.
All right. And then over to, where's our ad hoc committees?
Yeah, go back one page. So the city council policy review, is that a stay or a drop?
It sounds like we're really just changing the name of it.
Yeah.
So for clarification, I think the city clerk touched on this, is that the ad hocs are really meant to be short-term. They're not meant to be perpetual. And so we're repurposing it so it has a new assignment. Okay. I know it's a bit pedantic, but yeah.
Okay, so just rename?
Well, we're canceling it and creating a new one with a different name.
Okay.
It's brand new.
The Sweetwater Mesa and Primrose?
Well, hold on a second. Let's say,
No, they recommended getting rid of the development services one. And that, I mean, that was for the review of what became the Baker Tilly report.
I'll support that, getting rid of it.
yeah, I agree.
Anyone opposed? So let's create the policy and culture.
Yeah. Who wants,
I'd like to stay on, I mean, it's not stay on it, but I think it's a natural progression from what we were doing before, unless somebody else wants it.
yeah, I would like to stay on it as well.
Be on it.
Yeah. On the new one. The new one. Yeah. Is that all right? Anybody else want to be on it?
No, thank you.
Okay. Culture Committee is now, Bruce and I are now in charge of culture.
Are we still doing Sweetwater Mesa Primrose properties?
I think we can drop that one. Yeah.
I mean, we can
Is that still
revisit it
ongoing?
in
You can
the
always
future
bring
if
it
it's
back.
something. The road race, I would
Still
agree,
exists.
dropping. Pardon?
The issue
Oh, I thought
still,
somebody said something.
is the issue still open?
Are we still talking to?
It's still available. It's up to you if you want to keep the
Then
ad.
let's leave it in place because it might come up.
Okay.
And I would suggest Marianne and I stay on that.
On the road race, because I was on there, but
The
you can have
properties,
it.
the last
Oh,
one on
yeah,
prior
okay.
page.
No, thank you.
Road race, that we've assigned, well, we've got 4 years left on road race for the ones,
Community Services Director Riesco stepped out, but I do believe it was a 5-year term, if I remember correctly, so,
which we had one last year.
yeah.
And then we assigned the contract for the triathlon.
I'll try to find
Only
it
to
while
be a
you're going,
4-year.
if I
We
can.
lined it up so that they would both expire in the same year. So I think it's fine. But do you think, I mean, this kind of came out of your original council terms,
I'm fine with disbanding it.
Yeah.
but do you think it should come back on the renewal of the contract?
It'll be 5
Or,
years.
That's a while down the line. Technically, I say this all the time, technically, these things are renewable every single year, or every whatever termination provision there is, month to month or 6 months, because anyone can always ask to be assigned to get the contract and cancel the existing party, but unless and until that happens, I think we don't need this committee.
yeah, so I think maybe just make a note for prior to renewal or issuance of any new road race contract, that committee be formed and to review. Does that make sense? So just a historical note that
It can always be brought back.
calendar reminder in 4 years.
I would recommend, if she wants it, that Helen be on the school district separation subcommittee.
just
Ad hoc, rather.
definitely Mary Ann.
I met with Mary Ann.
I'll take it.
Yeah,
Thanks.
it's a time killer.
Yeah, well, everything is these days.
All right.
Thanks.
And the school safety ad hoc, I would not agree that that has been completed. I think there's still some issues out there that need to be dealt with. And
Should
I
anything
agree. We've been
unfortunate
largely
occur,
ignored.
we want to have this in place.
I'm sorry, Bruce. I heard.
I agree with you.
that.
We've been largely ignored in what we've done.
Yeah.
So we
So
need-
I would volunteer for that if either of you want to.
I would too, unless Bruce wants to stay on it.
I'm fine with the two of you.
Okay,
I think it dovetails well with the separation stuff.
I agree.
All right, sheriff substation, we can drop that.
Is that not happening anymore?
It's not going to happen until they get more deputies.
Okay.
Chris is going to have about 4 clones over there. All right, short-term rental, ad hoc, I would suggest we keep it as is.
Fine.
Okay,
Steve?
sounds good.
All right. Let's see, contract cities.
I have to confess, I never even knew that I was on that, much less that there were meetings.
Isn't that the mayor? Doesn't the mayor get that job? I haven't gone to it either, but
I've been to all the
That's
not the monthly ones, but
that's the metro.
no.
Yeah.
I've been to the contract cities.
Like, sorry,
Go ahead.
what is it? In a 2-sentence,
So contract cities are cities that have contracted their services with the county, such as sheriffs, fire department. Some do contracting with all their services, some are just a couple of them. And so kind of similar, it's like the COG on steroids, essentially, that they get together, they run legislation together, they have things that have common interest across all the cities.
I see.
Former council members or mayors have served as the president of those, and they can be very helpful. It was just at their legislative
We just need
conference.
to get somebody on it.
I'm fine with that one.
You want that?
Sure.
We need 2 people.
I could be yeah, I mean, I could do it. It's not in person. or-
It's not 2, it's a delegate and an alternate.
Oh, okay.
Okay, JPI,
Happy to relinquish the alternate.
I'm fine with staying on.
If no one else wants it, I'll stay.
I think you got to stay on it. I think it's helpful to have an attorney in that. Do you mind staying on?
No.
Okay.
I know they're looking for people for some of the executive positions and stuff.
Clean Power Alliance, I would suggest we keep that as is.
It's fine.
All right. Council of Governments, I'm the alternate right now. I would like to be moved up to the delegate.
Can I become the alternate?
I'd like to be the alternate.
Yeah. Who else? Be the,
No,
So Mary Ann and Steve want to both do it. Is that?
And Doug.
Is that what I hear? Or was it Helen?
I'm okay with, it sounds like everybody wants it. You guys can have it.
I would like to stay on it, just because there's some continuity there.
But you want to be the delegate, so then there needs to be an alternate.
I think honestly, it would be good to have an alternate that can move up to delegate, because it is there's a lot of things done there.
I had wanted it, but I'm happy to defer, but I think it ought to be Steve, because Steve's got 4 years left, and Mary Ann, at this point in time, has 2.
So
but I'm
Steve-
also going to potentially be the next mayor, and I think it's good to have somebody in that level be the appointee.
Because these are usually
Mayor-
mayors of the other cities.
Mayor, maybe as a suggestion, we keep going through them, find consensus, and we come back to the
I
ones
think
that.
we've found consensus.
Oh, did you get? Okay.
So what's the outcome? What do you recommend?
Well, I was just, I mean, you're suggesting Steve be,
Doug, how about we make Mary Ann the delegate and Steve the alternate?
It's fine. That's what you guys want. Yeah. All right. Meeting's tomorrow morning. 8:30. So Mary Ann's the delegate?
Yeah.
Okay.
is Rick interested in staying on the LAX thing? Is that done, or is that? That's a perpetual.
Yeah, not done. I would suggest
Okay.
keeping him on.
Is it done or not done? It is done or not done?
Not.
Yeah, we got a lawsuit on this. Yeah. All right.
League of Cities.
That's
I mean,
right.
I've been on that one.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
ti-
I
that's
got that
fine.
one by default.
Yeah, it's
But
automatic.
no, but I mean, I think I was going.
I think the rest of
that's
these
fine.
are.
No,
by
not when you
position.
get down to PCH.
Yeah, PCH task force. I think Steve and I, I'd like to keep that the way it is, if that's all right with you guys.
For the PC, oh, so we skipped all the way? All right, if somebody wants to drop out of PCH, I'm happy to jump in there, but,
I think there's need for some continuity on that.
sure,
All right.
okay.
Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission.
Steve, are you good with that
That
still?
appointment is made by the Las Virgenes Malibu Council of Governments, so it's
Oh,
included
okay.
for reference. It is typically a Malibu council member since we are the only oceanfront city in the COG.
Okay.
So I guess we can make that decision tomorrow morning that if you're going to stay on there?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. All right, then Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy Advisory Committee. I think before we designate somebody for that, we need to make sure they want to be on it.
I talked to Suzanne Goulden. She'd love to be on it.
I talked to Jane
So
Albrecht
Jane Albrecht.
and Pete Weaver and Jane. There's a few other people that I've been looking
Yeah.
actively.
Let's, I would suggest we hold that off to the next meeting and decide, who wants it and make sure we're comfortable with who they are. If that's all
Who are the
right.
other candidates?
Yeah, who besides for Jane and Suzanne?
Oh, that's only two. Jane, I know.
Jane Albrecht.
Yeah.
Pete was interested, who's sitting in the front row. Jane Albrecht. I had some other candidates, but with the fire, do they have to fill out an application
No.
for the Santa Monica Mountains?
An application is not required.
Yeah, okay. I've had conversations with a few people.
Yeah, we just have to decide who we think's the best fit for it.
Do we vote on it? Or we just discuss it?
Well, I think we want to make sure that they want the job.
I know a few people want the job.
I actually think of the three that were mentioned, any of them would be good, but I think this guy would really put them in their place.
Yeah.
You were there tonight?
Yeah, and it was a great meeting. Rick Mullen and I went. And we spoke.
Can we,
Residents.
can we ask questions of this, or
I
is
would
this
love
something
to.
we should do offline?
I would like to make sure that we coordinate this carefully because of all the other things we're doing.
I mean, I don't have an issue or problem with you, Pete, that's not that. I just want to make sure that it's in line, that our representative is going to be there to fight for what the city is also fighting. So it's a consistent voice and message that's being put forward. So that's the only thing I'm looking for is,
And I like, because we're right here, right now, and I've been trying to talk about this, and it's Brown Act, and it's hard to get people together in public, us, to talk about this. And we have a lot, riding on this right now.
I would suggest Jane Albrecht only because she is very knowledgeable about the MRCA and has worked diligently to build a consensus on it in the community.
Jane is great, but,
Consensus that she built. I've never-
yeah.
She called me one time.
She's got a group of people that have worked diligently on this.
I'd vote for Pete tonight.
I would too.
I'll vote for Pete.
well, can I ask him some questions?
Sure.
Sure.
Pete, would you come to the podium, please? As part of this advocate, what do you feel is the important issues to stand up for Malibu, and how would you interact with the others when clearly we have a bias against us?
I think that what Halen and I did yesterday with CAL FIRE, touring the devastation of the Palisades in 3 SUVs with many members of the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy and MCRA. Life and safety for this community, and for them to become a better neighbor, but to not be adversarial, to work with them to really understand and make an example for the rest of the country to see that the Santa Monica Mountains can be exemplary as to how we manage the chaparral environment and to create a defensible space on the urban interface between the brushland and our community. This did not need to happen to this magnitude, and I think that that would be what I would fight for. And they're listening. They listened to Rick Mullen and I tonight. They were very receptive. And I think it's because of the field trip we took yesterday humanized it.
Right.
It was real.
And on the subject of public access to public areas?
I think on public access and public areas, we have to understand that we have a resource here that is available for all, but that we cannot just love it to death. We have to put in mechanisms and management and things like we do with NPS and National Park Service. Rocky Mountain National Park, I'll give you an example. We went to go see the bugling elk. We got there at 11. They said, you know, we're full. You can't come in. Come back after lunch. A few people come out, you can go back in. You know, regulation. You know, it's just like if you have a fire code in a venue. You can only put so many people in a stadium, and after that, it's not safe. So we have to really delicately walk this through and let them know. And they're hearing. Halen was with us, the guy from Simi Valley. He said that all we want is to use their people to take our trash and fight our fires. That couldn't be further from the truth. It's not true. And I want to help bridge this gap.
Okay, sounds good to me.
What you saw tonight, we had Brian as a temporary fill-in. What would you have done?
Well, it wasn't temporary. He was sworn in.
He was sworn in for one meeting.
Oh, I didn't know what was going on there.
Yeah,
you know.
it was just so he could be up at the advisory board. Not
the only
permanent.
people that spoke for the city of Malibu was Rick Mullen and myself. And we spoke about the fuel load and that, look, we're going to always have fires. We can harden our homes. I'm a builder. That's what we do. We have the building code. You know, it enforces that. But the reality is we can argue about how it started, climate change and all of that. But the base reality is decrease the fuel, you decrease the loss of life and the loss of property. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
And I know you travel a lot. And what they've complained about us in the past is that we don't show up and we don't advocate for ourselves. So you'd like whoever comes into this position has to commit.
That's not an issue. If I do something, I'm going to do it 100% or I'm not going to do it at all. It's how I build my homes.
And if it turns out he doesn't go, we can always replace him.
There you go. That's the beauty of it.
By the way, I think their comment about us not showing up, that was a rare event.
Pardon me?
I think Lloyd has been there at almost all the meetings.
Oh,
well,
love him.
The winds are behind us on this issue now. And yesterday when Halen and I put this group together, I mean, we had Calabasas and Agoura, and we had our neighbors on the other side. And what happened in the Palisades, where I spent my formative years of my life, and it brought me to tears when I was standing at Villa de la Paz. I mean, where I grew up and went to the dentist and 31 flavors and all these things, and they heard it. They get it. You know, I spoke with Joe Edmonston tonight. I had a conversation with him. He lost his home. He is not rebuilding. He's going to give it to his children, something like what Steve talked about. You know, he's going to deed it over to them. But this is our chance. This is our chance to get them to manage things. I said something earlier. J.O. Bernolti, who is our 23rd congressman up in Big Bear Lake, who went through the line fire, which came a mile within my house and a mile within his house, because we maintained and managed the forest, and because we actually thinned an area, we saved Big Bear Lake from the line fire. It worked. What we told them tonight and what I told them is that the word forest is very confusing. We all think of Big Bear, Yosemite, and Oregon. We don't live in a forest. We live in a chaparral environment. This fuel burned at 1,000 acres per hour. If the Franklin Scar had not been there, I live up Encinal Canyon, it would have been to my house in approximately 6-7 hours. It would have just taken the same route that it did. And being in the industry and being a survivor of Woolsey because of defensible space, we just put the AI cameras up on my property. They're the only ones in the western part of the Santa Monica Mountains with UCSD. It's amazing to use technology. The time has come, and this is when we can change. And hopefully, I'd like to see that they ultimately turn it over to the National Park Service and maybe, not state, National Park Service, do what we did in Solstice Canyon.
It's 11 o'clock already.
Yeah, anyhow, we can talk about this another time, and thank you.
He answered my questions, it's fine.
I think it's fine with me.
And I only brought up Big Bear because, to make you think, because the city of Newport Beach has all the same things we do, and they get things done in 4 to 6
My
months.
contractor taught me a really important lesson. He says, you sold it already, don't try to buy it back.
There you go.
No more talk. No.
So he's in? We got him in?
I'll make a motion to
All right,
adjourn.
so we've got,
Mayor?
Oh, wait, we need to affirm all these things.
Also,
so we got
yes.
Pete for that one. So SCAG is, that's done by the SCAG. All right.
And Mayor, the last two items the council hasn't discussed yet is if you would like to form and appoint members to the mobile home park rent control regulations ad hoc and the use of public parks and property ad hoc.
I'll take that one.
I'll take it. Wait, public parks?
Yeah.
I'll do parks, mobile home.
Mobile
Oh,
home.
with the
Somebody
Lord,
else.
the-
I'll do mobile home.
I'll do mobile home.
Great.
All right.
So
Cool.
to clarify, that was Councilmember Conrad and Mayor Pro Tem Riggins
right.
For parks.
for the use of public parks and property, and then Councilmember Silverstein and, I'm sorry, Mayor Stewart for mobile home
Yes.
park rent control regulations.
Yes.
And can we just make a motion to make all the appointments as we've discussed them here?
All right.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Being none, let's put it to a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Being none, it's done.
Yay.
And with that, the agenda is completed. The meeting
Thank you.
meeting is full.
See what you've been missing?